A very good morning, everyone. Our heartily welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais and our gratitude for their august presence here this morning. Before commencing the seminar, I would request all the dignitaries and members to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you so much, everyone. And now I would request our chief guest and leadership to kindly come forward for the lamp lighting. Well, light is a source of inspiration and hope that takes us from ignorance to knowledge and darkness to illuminance. And with the hope that this light helps us fulfilling all our endeavors, we are commencing the seminar this morning. I request all the dignitaries to kindly take their seats. And on behalf of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I, Smriti Rastogi, welcome you all to the seminar on Search, Seizure and Arrest under GST and Decriminalization of Offences under GST Act. The concept of taxation is based on the foundation of the welfare of citizens, while the primary focus of indirect tax legislation is on revenue recovery and monetary penalties. Indirect tax authorities can also take actions, including search, seizures, and arrests, in disciplining those who misuse the provision of such legislations. With an aim to provide handholding to the taxpayers, the Indirect Tax Committee and the PhD Chamber is organizing a seminar on search, seizure, and arrest under the GST and Decriminalization of Offences under the GST Act. I would now request President Sir, Shri Saket Dalmiaji, to kindly present the memento to our chief guest, Mr. Vivek Agarwal, Additional Secretary, Revenue, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to kindly put your hands together. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to all the dignitaries once again for gracing the occasion and making this seminar, helping us making this seminar a success. I would now request Shri Saket Dalmiaji, President, PhD CCI, to give welcome remarks to the members. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. But Dalmiaji, before commencing, I have an introduction to your illustrious career. Mr. Saket Dalmiaji, Managing Director of Marble City India Limited, a leading manufacturer of Italian marble flooring and facade solutions across India under the brand name Marble City. Marble City is headquartered in Delhi. The company has several joint ventures with cutting-edge global facade products and felicitated as one of the 100 fastest growing export houses from India by the late Prime Minister Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. With large format, high-end retail come warehouse outlets spread across major cities like New Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and all India dealer network. Marble City is today a household name for Italian marble. The company boasts of a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility with the largest capacity to solely process imported marble. Mr. Dalmia has been the chairman of the Young Business Leader Forum and the Retail Committee at PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the past several years. As an esteemed member of the chamber, Mr. Dalmia has been actively involved in attracting young entrepreneurs and professionals to the chamber and has been the guiding force in driving the chamber to the newer heights. I'm so sorry, sir, I took a bit long to introducing you, but this is an amazing introduction of the illustrious work which you have been doing over the years. Thank you so much. I request you all to kindly put your hands together.
Good morning, everybody. Shri Vivek Agarwal ji, Additional Secretary, Revenue, Government of India. Mr. S.K. Rahman ji, Principal Commissioner, Customs, Government of India. Our former President, dear Mr. Rajiv Talwar ji. Mr. Pramod Kumar Rai, Managing Director, Athena Law Associates. Mr. Shubham Agarwal, Senior Associate, Nitya Tax Associates. Mr. Karan Sachdeva ji. Ms. Gitika Srivastava ji. Mr. Sudipta Batterjee. Mr. Bimal Jain ji, our dear Chair at the Indirect Taxes Committee, our dear SG, Mr. Saurabh Sanyal, our DSG, SP Sharma ji. Management Committee members, eminent dignitaries, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for braving the cold weather and coming here this morning for this super important session. I think as India marches ahead with the largest GST collection in the history of the country, one thing is clear, that we are moving into the direction of growth and we are moving into the direction of inclusivity. When I say inclusivity, I think we will all agree, and I was just speaking to our Chief Commissioner Customs, and he was sharing with me before we came here, that the number of tax assessees are going up by the day. We all know that we are spending a lot more money through the digital platform. A large part of the informal economy, which existed pre-GST, is now being absorbed in the formal system. Right from a ready wala accepting Paytm to any other, even my driver has a Paytm account. I can send money to him through Paytm. So we all appreciate that transactions are being captured in the economy through digital, through online, and through the formal way. So when we say this, and when we look at GST, that what has GST been so far for the economy? I think anybody who's in the business of manufacturing services and so on and so forth will agree that GST, what it's set out to do in terms of making our lives simpler and by avoiding double taxation, has largely been able to do so. We have all benefited as a manufacturer, as a service provider, by the basic concept of being able to eliminate double taxation. I'm not touching upon high rates and small rates, not touching about the fact that some have some inverted structures. There will always be some pain points, some kind of issues which will remain unresolved. Having said that, we all agree that the GST is making our lives simpler. But at the same time, GST has been the biggest pain point for the industry at the same time. We'll all agree to that also. And primarily, the biggest reason for that is the way that it has been administered by the government. We'll all agree that, there was a huge informal economy in India when GST came in, and there was a lot of pressure by the government, the risk of failing at the state level, at the center level, worrying that, what will happen if the cash economy continues? We will give GST, but its success or failure will be measured by the amount of money which comes into the GST business. looking at what GST has been able to do recently and what we discussed right now, we all agree that it has been a grand success. But on the industry level, on the personal level, the fear of being arrested, the fear of seizures, the fears of extreme measures, which were perhaps thought of when GST was being implemented initially to deter the person who does not want to pay taxes, has now come a long way in becoming a pain point. Probably as we go into the formal economy, the biggest ask by the government, what we can say is that please let us be. If we make a genuine mistake, make a financial penalty on us. If some procedural mistake has been done, even a grave mistake has been done unintentionally, let that be a financial cost to it. Please do not come and arrest us. You have so many other tools. And don't make the resolution process so expensive that the company dies. I think as we talk about industry going into India and companies reinvesting into India, whenever I reach out to our fellow industrialists, they all say we are scared to reinvest into this country. When the FM asks us that why are you guys not investing back, they're saying that as we grow, the procedural, the paperwork, the documentation becomes more and more remote from the owner and the CMD, but all the liability in terms of prosecution still remains in the name of the board. So we need a better resolution process. What I'm really glad to share is that just before we started this session, I had the privilege of sitting with our chief guests, and they have a phenomenal, beautiful mindset to make this happen, what I'm requesting. So I think the direction and the intention is already set. It's only about the journey to make our life simpler. So I'll not say more and disclose more. I'll hand over the mic to our chief guests. Thank you so much, sir, for always coming to the chamber and patronizing our members. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your welcome address and setting the tone of this seminar so aptly. Thank you once again. And now let me introduce our chief guest, Shri Vivek Agarwalji, Additional Secretary, Revenue, Government of India. He belongs to the 1994 batch MP cadre of the Indian Administrative Services and currently as the Additional Secretary, Revenue and looking after the matters of administration of revenue headquarters. Entrusted with the matters relating to the Money Laundering Act, Central State Taxes, Economic Security, Opium Wing Act, and the rules framed thereunder, among others. I request you, sir, to kindly come forward and address the members of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the participants. And thank you once again for your valuable time. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our chief guest.
Very illustrious chairperson of the PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Saket Dalmia, past chairperson, Mr. Rajiv Talwar, Mr. Bimal Jain, Mr. Sanyal, Mr. Rahman, my colleague, Principal Commissioner Customs, ladies and gentlemen. It has always been a great pleasure in coming to the chambers, and I have come here in different avatars. When I initially used to come from Madhya Pradesh, I would always come to seek investment and to tell about the policies of the government, how MP is a very good destination for investment, and look for issues which were more development oriented. And then now, when I came last time, I came on the issue of taxation, and now again on the revenue side of the government. So I am not a taxman, as you have seen, you would have heard from the introduction. I belong to the administrative service. And our service has always been measured by what you do for the citizens. I mean, it's a positive orientation that you have. And of course, what you do in your career that shapes up your thinking process as well. So my thought process has always been that the businesses need to be respected. The time and the energy of businessmen, because they are wealth creators, has to be channeled towards more positive direction rather than only being thinking on protection from various regulatory measures. that are, of course, part of the sovereign function of the state. But if we look at the resilience and the nature of Indian business, I think this is one important thing, that government now is considering businesses as partners. And the entire leadership is looking at creating situation which is for ease of doing business, which is looking at businesses as people with whom government can place trust, and create an environment where India grows at a very fast pace. So that is the clear thinking of leadership, and that is the policy direction of the government as well. If you look at the history of GST, GST was actually a demand of the industry. So it was the manufacturing sector which always felt, and one was in the state government, I was in the chief minister's office as well. So there was opposition from the states because states were thinking that their powers will be taken away, and their sovereign function of imposing a tax and collecting a tax would be taken away and centralized. So many states were opposing it. But there were consultants coming from the industry side which were pushing that GST will be very good for the country. And ultimately, once the GST has been rolled out, and we now have a 5-year experience of GST, we can safely say that this has been one of the biggest reforms that India has undertaken on the taxation side. And this is one of the reforms that has been successful as well. Of course, once you approach a new dimension, a new area, there are always some pain points which are there and which will need to be addressed as we move forward. I read a recent study. In fact, there was a student from Harvard who was working with us in our tax policy research unit, which I am heading. He brought a very interesting data. He brought me a Google image of the check posts, the interstate check posts, pre-GST and post-GST. So he has that Google image before 2017. There was a line of trucks standing on the border. There were more than thousands. I mean, you could see that line stretching to many kilometers. And those images were at various interstate borders. And then he showed the image of 2022 on the same site, the same Google image. So you don't find any lines there. So those interstate barriers are gone. The integration of Indian economy from the movement of goods side is something which is phenomenal. And that came out from that picture. It came out very clearly. So I can count many positives, and you can also count many positives that have come out. But of course, when you implement a system, what is the theme that you are adopting? There is always a carrot and stick. The carrot in GST was the ITC. The assumption was that if the businesses get integrated and the movement gets recorded from the manufacturer towards all supply chain players, then the ITC will incentivize every supply chain player to become part of the GST regime. That is a major incentive of the GST system. And of course, the stick was the strong arm action that was kept in the law, which was the power to arrest, power to prosecute, investigate, go for seizures and search, etc. When we look at the implementation history of GST and we reach at a stage now after 5 years, one has noticed that the system has become mature in spite of very difficult times we faced through COVID. GST has shown a robust growth, and that 14% incentive that central government had promised to the states for being part of the GST system, that has been kept. That 14% growth rate that was promised, and the money compensation cess that was to be paid has been paid to the states. There has been a situation where Government of India had to take a loan, but that loan has been taken, compensation cess regime has been streamlined, and money has been paid to the states. So states didn't suffer. India's development effort didn't suffer because the states' revenues were protected. And with that protected revenue, the work at the grassroots level, including fighting against COVID, happened. So the entire system really, really worked. So now I think is the time to look at the nitty-gritties of implementation and to see how more pain points can be taken away. So this was the mandate when the Committee on Decriminalization was formed in the Department of Revenue. I was given the opportunity to chair that committee, and our interactions started. So that was, of course, not only GST, we were looking at the direct taxes side as well. And the first interaction I had with my colleagues from the tax side was total resistance. Because this is, as a taxman, I would feel that my job is to collect tax and I should have sufficient teeth that I can take action if the tax is not being paid. So that would be my general refrain. That would be your refrain also if you would have been in their position. So we started from that point, but then I cajoled and persuaded and said, let's start looking at provision to provision. What are the things which are which we can look at? And we started looking at from provision to provision. So three things came out. One is that in the tax laws, we have the thresholds. So beyond a certain threshold, there is a power to prosecute. So is there a case that over the years we need to now change the thresholds? Can we raise that threshold so that the need for prosecution becomes less? The second point was that can we look at those clauses which are redundant because they are also there in the Indian Penal Code. And of course, Indian Penal Code, one has to go through the police, so there was a resistance on that. But still, there is a provision. If there is a fraud happening or some misinformation or anything which requires to be acted upon, or there is kind of a forgery that is coming out, then you can always go through the IPC provisions and mens rea would come in picture. There's no point in having a direct consequence in the tax law itself. And third, of course, was the compounding part. As the chairperson was stating, that can we look at a pecuniary penalty rather than taking away the personal liberty or the going for the prosecution action against a business. So all the three we started looking at in all the three sides, I mean the customs, the GST and the income tax. So everybody then came to a consensus that on these three parts, on these three counts, we can look at. So if you would have seen that in the last 6-7 months, government has taken a stand where we have raised the thresholds. In GST Council now the resolution has been passed that for prosecution in GST, the threshold has been raised from 1 to 2 crores. It has been retained to 1 crore for only for false billing. And that also because there was a debate in the council and the states were of the opinion that there are cases where false billing is still happening and they need to have that ability to prosecute. The second, you would have seen that there are three subsections of section 132 which are being now taken away as per the council recommendation, which are concurrent with the Indian Penal Code. And the third most important is the compounding provisions. In GST law, the compounding was 50 to 150% of the tax and penalty due. So that is the compounding provision. Nobody can actually get compounding. So if you have paid the tax, you paid the interest, and then you're asked to pay 150% of that further to avoid prosecution, it becomes unviable. So it has been brought to 25% to 100% so that the thresholds are low for compounding, and compounding becomes a viable option for the business in case there is a attraction of prosecution. Now, one thing that is left is the power to arrest, which is still a point to be debated and which needs to be addressed in some way. To my mind, my training suggests, and whatever I have learned in my entire career, is that mens rea is a very, very important aspect for any arrest or criminal prosecution. And mens rea would mean the intent to commit a particular act of omission or commission, which ultimately results into a prosecution action. But just a mere mistake or a mere miscalculation in accounts or any such thing which is procedural in nature cannot attract the punishment or the provision of arrest and prosecution. So this is another bridge we need to cross. The bridge of maybe increasing the threshold from 5 crores higher to make it the non-bailable offense, even a more stiffer offense or a larger or a higher threshold. And of course, defining it in such a way that that mistakes don't attract criminal action. And even if the prosecution has to be launched, there are sufficient safeguards to do it so that the business is assured that this is something which is a very exceptional step that may be taken, and there are sufficient safeguards before such a thing can be taken. If you see the Criminal Procedure Code and we compare it with the tax laws, in CRPC also, if the police has to make an arrest, there are a lot of safeguards that have come out with the various Supreme Court judgments. But those safeguards, do we have those safeguards, and are tax officials clearly aware of those safeguards? That is one step that still needs to be taken and crossed from our side. But I can assure you that the direction of the government is very clear. The direction of the policy that is coming from the leadership is very clear, that we are looking at creating an environment of trust. We're looking at creating an environment where the compliance becomes voluntary, where the system becomes so efficient and technology based that human interface is brought to the minimum possible level, and the compliance becomes incentivized, so that businesses which are actually complying, they have the incentive to comply rather than they are being forced to comply. So that is the direction of the tax administration in the country today. How fast we are moving towards it, how quickly we'll achieve the goals is, of course, it will be judged by you. But we are on the journey towards that and creating systems and procedures which will ultimately lead to ease of doing business. It may be various simplification of various forms, having some unified returns which can be which have to be filed separately presently, having a identification structure which is more simpler and less complex. So all those things are works in progress, and as we move forward, I'm hopeful that you will see the results. But one thing I'll also like to point out, that it is, see, this is the direction of the government, as I've said, is very clear, and we are moving towards technology, we are moving towards almost negligible discretion in the hands of officials. We are looking at systems which are more objective and using AI and ML to take to do data forensics and take action rather than using strong arm tactics and entering into premises or invading the privacy. But there is also an onus on the businesses. You know, especially in the GST loop doesn't get closed unless and until the final bill to the consumer is issued. So the possibility of false billing also is there because the loop doesn't get closed. So we recently did one analysis in the tax policy research unit when we were looking at B2C transactions. We found that even today, we have 6 to 8 transactions for a particular commodity. So in the normal course, the loop should be closed within 3 or 4 transactions, maximum 5. But if it is going beyond 5, that means there is still those false recycling of the same bill and false claim of credit that is happening in the system. So how to avoid that? So we were trying to do that, the exercise at our level. We studied particular commodities. We tried to see how we can use technology to stop that. There was also some state governments started incentivizing the issuing of bills. So there was a lottery scheme. They said that if the bills will be issued, there'll be some incentive for the customer who is taking a bill for every article that he's purchasing. But that is not cutting ice. Actually, the real change will happen when the responsible businesses who have built brands also have structured softwares which are tracking their goods, and they are also incentivizing their retailers through their dealers to actually issue a bill and close the loop in their system as well. So if that loop gets closed, then the possibility of false billing also gets out of the system. So at least if the organized sector starts doing it, some of course, like automobile, there is hardly any possibility of not having a bill for an automobile. But there's still a lot of sectors which can look at creating a system where the retailer actually issues a bill and the loop gets closed for that particular commodity, and the possibility of a false ITC goes away. So I would propose that going forward, we are now working on various models, and that is my job to look at. In fact, in the Government of India structure, there was one unit in the CBIC and one unit in the CBDT which was looking at the policy. But now we have a common unit also, that's called the Tax Policy Research Unit, which I head. where we take up projects which look at both the sides, direct and indirect taxes. And we have no constraint because we have not come with a baggage. And we have also taken lateral entrants into TPRU so that we have a broader talent which looks at both the sides. So there we are looking at these topics which can actually create a mechanism which finally, one, incentivizes business for compliance, two, removes the fear of prosecution or fear of undue harassment from the tax authorities, and three, also looks at the revenue part of the government. So ultimately, if you see, my job profile is to maximize the revenue of the government. So that is, I cannot, that cannot go away from my basic profile. So whatever I do, finally, I also have to look at the chart of rising taxes and rising collections. So if I can have a chart of rising collections, and also I can have a setup which is transparent, which is technology based, which has least discretion with officials, which is giving confidence to citizens, which makes tax compliance voluntary. So that is a utopian situation I can be in. So that is the direction that we want to move, and there we need your support. So if you have ideas to look at, so if you are, suppose you are doing a conference today and you're only looking at one aspect of it that affects you directly, that is search and seizure, how that can be avoided. So there will be speakers who will be talking of the lacuna in law, the discretion that officers have, the system fault that is there, or the legacy of legal system. I would also encourage that if there is a team which looks at the other aspect as well and can work with us, give us concrete suggestions, especially as on these topics, like on B2C. If the B2C loop gets closed, then a lot of things that are there in the entire GST structure, that loop also gets closed. There is no need. And if I have the data, the commodity is moving, and in 3 or 4 cycles, the loop is closing, then I'm clear that this particular commodity has done what it should have been done. The transactions are complete, and I don't have this suspicion of a false ITC or a false billing and recycling of those bills, because the loop has been properly closed. So, and there are many other topics in GST or in direct taxes where some positive movement for the government side as well, I mean, on the revenue side, is also there from the chambers and the teams that work from here. In the end, I would like to assure you that our direction is absolutely clear. The instructions given to us, because bureaucracy works on the leadership's direction, the leadership's direction given to us is very clear. Of course, our job is to collect maximum tax. Our job is to avoid evasion of tax. Our job is to catch people who do money laundering or who get into frauds or who are into any kind of illicit activity. That is our basic job. But while doing that job, the direction is that for a honest businessman, for a businessman who is looking for growth, for a business who's looking at voluntary compliance, the life has to become easier. Country has to become a place which is a good place for doing business. The businessman has to be respected. The time of businessman has to be respected. So with that entire direction, we have to go out and do our task. So that is the clear message that has been given to us by the leadership, and that is what we are trying to do. And I'm very hopeful that we can have a good partnership, both from the government as well as from the business side, which can really help us to achieve both sides of our objectives. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion with your esteemed presence and giving us those valuable insights necessary in shaping the vital takeaways from this seminar. Now, I would request Shri S.K. Rahmanji, Principal Commissioner, Customs and Preventive, Government of India, to kindly come and present his brief submission. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Shri S.K. Rahman ji.
Sri Vivek Agarwal Saab, Additional Secretary, Department of Revenue. Sri Saket Dalmia ji, President, PhD Chamber of Commerce. Sri Rajiv Talwar ji, past President of PhD Chamber of Commerce. Sri Bimal Jain ji, Chairman, Indirect Taxes Committee, PhD Chamber of Commerce. Sri Saurabh Sanyal ji, dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries in the audience, leaders of trade and industry. Very, very good morning to all of you. I wanted to say something. I have been associated with GST for almost 4.5 years, right from starting 2017 to 2021. But currently, in that period also, I was there as a joint secretary for GST Council Secretariat for 2 years. But currently, I'm posted in customs. I look after customs for the Delhi, NCT, and Haryana customs, particularly on the anti-smuggling side. So, sir, I am not authorized to speak upon this topic. There, our additional secretaries have already dwelt in detail. But because PhD Chamber of Commerce has invited me, I've come here only to wish you best wishes for this, discussion and seminar. I would suggest that you please deliberate upon this topic, because the topic that is selected is very, very important and very timely topic. In 17 to 19, the focus was on different aspect of GST, but in 2022 to 23, 24, there's going to be more focus upon audit, arrest, and these kind of provisions. So that way, I congratulate PhD Chamber of Commerce, particularly Sri Bimal Jain ji, for selecting this topic for deliberations. I suggest that the participants should, as well as the speakers, may focus upon, what are the provisions for the inspection? What is the difference between inspection to search? When search is conducted, what kind of authority the departmental officer should bring? Search warrant, in what situations, the number, and all those aspects. I also suggest that in what situations they may go for seizure. Please look upon that, because knowledge is power. Every person, every citizen, every taxpayer at least should have that much knowledge that in what situations seizure should be done. I mean, this particular seminar is only to empower you on that, that you know all the details of that. And you should also see, when do they record statement? What is that content that they may ask you in the statement, and what are the details that you are supposed to give? What are the obligations upon you? What are the constitutional provisions? What are the rules saying? What are the sections are saying on this? Then in what situations arrest can be done? What are the threshold limit? What are the offenses which are punishable, for which probably the officer may resort to arrest? So unnecessarily getting panicky about it is, those people who may not have knowledge. So knowledge, if you are having clear-cut idea about in what situation they will do arrest, so at least you will be able to understand the provisions and comply with the law. And I also suggest that people should understand the difference between what is a bailable, what is non-bailable, what is the difference between them, what are the constitutional provisions that are given to you for having your personal liberty on this. And I also suggest that you focus some aspect of adjudication also, meaning immediately after arrest, probably bail may happen, people may come out, but afterwards what happens? Then adjudication happens, which is a quasi-judicial process. Please understand that these two are two separate streamlines. Then after adjudication, sometimes before also, but mostly after adjudication, they may start prosecution. So in what provisions they will resort to prosecution? Because the evidence that is required is a common knowledge, which still I'm repeating. The additional evidence that is required for adjudication is different, but the evidence that would be required for prosecution is of substantially higher degree, higher importance. In adjudication and quasi-judicial processes, it is preponderance of probability, whereas the evidence that you require here should stand judicial scrutiny. So please have a focus upon that, in what situation they will go for prosecution. In case they may likely to go for prosecution, what is the provision available for you for compounding of offenses? What are the provisions for as on date for compounding of offenses? As you have heard, Sri Vivek Agarwal ji, after he has joined additional secretary, He has taken a lot of initiative in this respect. The limits for threshold limits for prosecution have been raised. The compounding of offences has been made more attractive now. So please have a look at that so that everybody is empowered with that provisions. I suggest that this kind of, to Mr. Dalmia ji and other people, this kind of event should be a starting point. In fact, at the end of this event, you may come out with a paper suggesting clear-cut what is the trade's point of view. Mr. Bimal Jain, you are well aware of that, so that you can give suggestions. Maybe you are very lucky to have additional secretary right on your dais with you. So at the end of the seminar, you make a paper and give suggestions that this is what is the view of the PhD Chamber of Commerce. Government may take time to consider it, but it's always better that you put it in writing and give a submission to your view. Because I presume, I'm aware, you are also aware that Honorable Prime Minister has started this move almost 2-3 years before, that decriminalization of many of the laws, which were some of them defunct, some of them were unwarranted. They have been doing in other laws also. So taxation is also one of the line which they are doing. I suggest that you have good deliberations. I wish you all the best for the deliberations. I wish participants, speakers, everybody best wishes for this. And I suggest that your recommendations would be surely considered by government if they are found to fit. Thank you again for inviting me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Rahman ji, for those very important pointers, helping us understand the importance of the inaugural session and the various important points which were underlined throughout the inaugural session. Thank you once again. And now I would like to welcome Shri Bimal Jain ji, Chairman, Indirect Taxes Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to give his theme presentation to the members and participants. A brief introduction about Mr. Bimal Jain ji. As requested by him, I'll take a leave and hand over the mic and the dais to Mr. Bimal Jain ji. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Jain.
At the outset, Rajiv ji, at the outset, let me thank and compliment our chief guest, Sri Vivek Agarwal ji, Additional Secretary Revenue, Principal Commissioner CSK Rahman ji, Custom Preventive, but we have seen him backbone of GST, 4.5 years as the Secretary of GST Council. Our President, Sri Saket Dalmia ji, former President Rajiv ji, Saurabh Sanyal ji, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. Today is a very important topic, and let me first say from PSD side, that this seminar which we are doing, we are on the side of genuine and honest taxpayer. And of course, those who are tax evaded, they should be punished, must be punished. Then only we can create a culture of ease of business, and we can see the revenue which you are supposed to get, you will get that revenue, that pie. I start from your initiative on decriminalization. Let me tell you this august audience and those who are physically present and watching offline through virtual mode. Sir, you are chairman of this decriminalization committee for direct taxes and indirect taxes. And I must compliment that you have invited all trade bodies, including PSD, CCI, and taken the decision also, initiative also, which is visible now, that prosecution provision amount threshold increased from 1 crore to 2 crore for all offenses except one, issuance of invoice without supply of goods or services, fake invoice. There are certain activities, 12 offenses under section 132 out of 12, 3 are decriminalized. 132 subsection 1 clause G, J, and K. Obstruction to the officer, tampering of evidence, and failure to submit the information, decriminalized. Compounding also good initiative. The threshold, which was in the range of 50% to 150%, going to be reduced to 25% to 100%. And I'm just picking up where you started that one good boy working under Harvard, he has picked up the picture of 2018 versus 2022, and soon check post has gone. And my only humble submission to you would be, sir, you should take me as a constructive feedback I'm giving from the trade side. And these are the feedback coming from the trade side. So we are constructive suggestion. Yes, taxman is doing their part and their motto is to protect revenue and collect revenue. But it should not create unease of business. Okay, check post has gone, but what is practically happening today, sir? Trade is sitting in front of me. They can also vouch. Sir, this roving squad, which really check transit goods, now they are creating a lot of penalties provision. They are saying, if your invoice as against weight, if it is into pieces, this matter has gone to Bombay High Court. They are levying 200% penalty. Just mistake was as against weight, it was pieces. Sometimes date of invoice and date of eBay bill is not matching. Sometimes expiry of eBay bill for extreme situation, and they are blinded eyes saying 200% penalty. For your information, this penalty to be paid in cash. And if I want to file appeal before any authority, then a minimum 25% I need to pre-deposit in cash. So the way we thought of ease of business, smooth transportation, this check post has gone the other way around. Trade will agree with me. These are the problem we are facing day in, day out. We have to check. See, ultimately GST is a one nation, one tax, one market. As taxpayer and tax professionals are learning GST, this light can be switched off from the back. ये light बंद कर दीजिए पीछे से. So we are learning at the same time, it's a responsibility of both authorities, central and state, to learn GST, and ultimate objective of your mantra, ease of business. See, procedural lapses, procedural non-compliances cannot be a region of 200% penalty, which is increased from 100 to 200%. It is always meant as a deterrent against the tax evader. But if it is used against genuine and honest taxpayer, will create a complications. Coming to the provision and some of the issues where government taxmen coming and saying, you are the evader of tax, you're evading the tax, and this havoc of arrest, coercive action, and arm twisting, I'm using the term, but I will give you those example, practical example. Trade is sitting, and you can take my voice as a constructive feedback from PSDCCI that what all correction can be done, and we both can come together for the nation growth and development. PSDCCI committing before you, sir, we would be with you at all time, and we'll come back with a suggestion and feedback, what best can be done in this regard. Starting with section 67, sir, which is inspection, search, and seizure. If you look at section 67, the way it is being worded, and that is what it is being used by some officer. I'm saying some officer. That inspection, power of inspection can be initiated by a proper officer not below the rank of joint commissioner. Good one. That joint commissioner is the senior designate authority. He can authorize subordinate officer through INS 01. And 4 specified, activities are being listed down for power of inspection. The first one is if any taxable person has suppressed the taxable supply. Looks very logical. If someone is suppressing taxable supply, he should be. And there should be inspection power within the hands of taxmen. Stocking goods with an intention to evade taxes. And third, excess claiming the ITC. This is the point where we are having a lot of differences today from taxman perspective versus taxpayer perspective. And another one which is sufficient to cover everything, if there is any violation of any provision of GST Act and rules made thereunder. If this is the provision, then we need not require But what are the pointer which I want to give it to you in the name of suppressed taxable supply? We were discussing on first floor, a particular person who started, manufacturing sanitizer with alcohol based. There may be a classification dispute, interpretation dispute, but that cannot be considered suppressed taxable supply. I can give you, sir, one example. Under GST goods rate notification, Sir, आप चाय लीजिए, अच्छा लगेगा. Whatever, I'm going to deliberate you. Sir, आप इतने मीठे हैं और हमने ये देखा आज कि you have taken lot of initiative, and let me tell you, please join hands with me that he is the person taking the initiative from North Block. He deserves big appreciation. Sir, ये मैं कड़वा नहीं बोल रहा सर. ये मैं वो दर्द बोल रहा हूँ जो मेरे अंदर है. Am I right in saying so? अगर ये कह रहे हैं तो सर आप ये मानिए मैं दर्द बयां कर रहा हूँ. मैं ऐसी कोई बात नहीं कह रहा जहां पे आपको ये लगे बिमल आर्टिफिशियली फ्लेवर्ड कर रहा है चीजों को. सर मैं अपना पॉइंट रखता हूं आपको. सर जीएसटी गुड्स रेट नोटिफिकेशन 1/2017 versus Custom Tariff Act, first schedule to Custom Tariff Act. Custom, we are following 8-digit code, HSN code, right? But in GST, we are following 6-digit code for a registered person having aggregate turnover more than 5 crore. And that too from 1st April 2021. Sometimes there's a classification and interpretation dispute, and that cannot be considered evasion of tax. Even the explanation Roman 3 and Roman 4 in the goods rate notification clearly saying tariff item, heading, subheading, chapter, rule of interpretation, section note, chapter note must be followed in similar in toto as given for the first schedule of Custom Tariff Act. But still, sir, there are live cases which I can come and discuss with you. GST department saying no, it is 18%, but as per custom tariff, this should be 12%. So why on interpretation and classification we should have dispute? Coming on excess claimed ITC, so from taxman side, he will always say, Bimal, tune jada credit le li hai. You have availed excess credit. And I'm giving you three example. So one burning topic for which 48 GST Council has taken a decision and a circular is being issued, 2A versus 3B. So 2A versus 3B, what is the practical problem? Let me tell you, I'm a supplier. If I've supplied the goods and services to my buyer, if B2B shown as a B2C, it is not going to be auto-populate in 2A of my receipt. If it is, I need to quote their GST number, but wrongly quoted by me, supplier, it is not going to be auto-populate. Let's say interstate supply, dairy to Maharashtra, IGST, I paid IGST, but wrongly furnished as an intrastate. It will come as ineligible. Sometime I paid the taxes through 3B, but did not file GSTR1, it is not going to be auto-populate. Now, whether 2A is really determining, and for that taxman is saying, this is excess claimed ITC. So for 2 points, I can tell you, even the provision of GST law does not say that my credits should match with GSTR 2A. And second, Supreme Court judgment, Bharti Airtel, the judgment is saying 2A is only facilitation. Then my only submission is why we are issuing 40,000, 50,000 notices for 17-18 and 18-19. This circular is only giving relief for 17-18 and 18-19 and saying if amount is more than 5 lakh rupees, you can get a certificate from practicing chartered accountant or cost accountant. And up to 5 lakh, it is from supplier. But my only submission is from 1st January 2022, so law provision. It is saying it must match with 2B, not with 2A. Why we are disputing? You can have any certification from the claimant. He would be having tax invoice, receipt of goods and services. His supplier has paid the taxes, and he's regularly filing GST return. So this point 2A versus 3B, cannot be, I'm using cannot be excess claimed ITC. Second point, sir. Section 16, subsection 2, clause C, sir, problem क्या होती थी? Buyer ने supplier को पैसा दे दिया. अब supplier ने पैसा जमा नहीं कराया. Sir, registration हम दोनों को GST department ने दिया है. Department can go and catch hold of defaulting supplier who even after collecting is not depositing the tax. But हो क्या रहा है in a trade, recipient and buyer is said तूने excess claim ले लिया है जो तुझे नहीं मिलना चाहिए. मेरे लिए तो दो लॉस हो गया सर बायर के लिए. पहले इसने मुझे पेमेंट किया और दूसरा हमने से कहा तुझे क्रेडिट नहीं मिलेगी. Double. Now in this given situation, why this supplier should not be catch hold? He should be penalized. Then only proper lesson and teaching will go. Now, in this given situation, 41 subsection 2 got amended, this Finance Act 2022, sir. Very recently got amended. And they have said that from 1st October 2022, if supplier has not deposited the tax, buyer has to reverse the credit. But from 1st October 2022, why can't we issue a circular and give a clarity that prior to 1st October 2022, this dispute lies with defaulting supplier only? Not with the buyer, not with the recipient. That is only my submission here. Now coming to the third point, which is live case of one of the former president. He's running his company and he was being inspected and searched by DGGI authority. I'm not naming. For warranty replacement, sir. I'm purchasing mobile phone, there's a warranty replacement in warranty period, 1 year. So manufacturer commit that I will give you warranty for 1 year. So he's including this all costing and pricing of warranty replacement in the overall pricing of particular product is being sold. So he has paid the GST when he has sold the product, which includes warranty replacement. Can we again levy GST on warranty replacement, which is already being included at the time it is being sold? Can we demand reversal of credit on warranty replacement on the pretext it is FOC? No, it is included in at the time initially sold. We have shown them FAQ, which is issued by CBIC. And this investigation Bing is saying, we are not ready to accept FAQ because FAQ come with a disclaimer, it is only for the information, for education purpose. But this is FAQ issued by the board. Coming to the arrest provision, sir. What is the arrest provision is saying? Commissioner is having a reason to believe. And reason to believe is very, very subjective, sir. Reason to believe cannot be suspicion. It should be with concrete base and material. If any person, saying any person has committed or causes to commit 4 specified offenses. What are those? Supply of goods or services without invoice, which is called cash sale. Issuance of invoice without supply of goods or services called fake invoice. Third, on that fake invoice, if you have availed the credit or utilized the credit, and last GST collected but fails to pay beyond a period of 3 months from the due date of payment of tax. If amount is more than 5 crore, it's non-bailable offense. Less than 5 crore, bailable offense. Now, under this arrest provision, what is happening in the trade, which I'm telling you, one concept, fake invoice, fake credit. It's a live case study. They are the buyer and they have purchased goods from me. I have given the tax invoice, they are having eBay bill, they are also giving payment through bank channel to me. Everything is there. Now, what happened in this transaction? There is L1 and L2 supplier. L2 supplier is a fake supplier. He has only raised the invoice, filed GST R1 and did not pay the tax. Now, this is particular, going forward to L1 and then to Bimaljan, then to this buyer. Now, buyer can see as per GSTN portal transaction related to Bimaljan only. He can't go beyond that. So he does not know that if anyone at L1 level or L2 level has evaded the tax. So what is the onus on this buyer? He has complied with all conditions. If department can see the L2 is the person evaded the tax, they must go and catch hold of him. So burden of proof, section 155 is there in GST law, which is saying that buyer and recipient must do reasonable due diligence. They have checked that Bimal is there filing GSTR1, coming in 2A, and they are paying the amount through banking channel. eBay bill is there, photograph is there, truck photograph is there. But now they are being asked by the department, L2 ने payment नहीं किया है. So इनको तो मालूम ही नहीं है. One part of it. Yes, 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 sir. I will quickly 5-10 minutes, sir. Okay. All right, sir. Yes, yes. Then I will only touch base. All right. Perfect, sir. Agreed. Then I will touch base the broader aspect for your kind perusal. Sure. Not an issue, sir. I always take you as a positive person to have both way interaction. That is the only way we can grow together.
We can have a broader
Yes.
So the point I wanted to tell him was that there is a certain provision in law and there is a certain application by a certain officer. So if we start discussing the application by a certain officer, which seems to be a misinterpretation of the law, then this is not the forum where we can actually come to a conclusion, because each and every adjudicating officer would have a different way of adjudicating, and somebody may make a mistake also. So that those cases we cannot discuss, and those cases cannot be remedied also. They can be remedied only through the adjudication process, because there's an interpretation of a particular section. But we have to look at the broader provision of law and what are the things which need to change in those broader provisions.
Perfect.
As I said, that what kind of safeguards need to be built, how to look at from the perspective of the clarifications that need to be issued. So look at that aspect when we do, and then I need to go at 12:30. So
All due regards to your statement, and just I'm picking up yesterday. That is not related to GST, sir. You have rightly picked up broader aspect. So certain point which is very much important and which is known for the circular is being issued. During inspection and search, we have seen department insist for deposit of tax. This is a broader aspect. Taxman, of course. Sir, without say, I will. सर आप मुझे अगर ऐसे कह देंगे ना तो फिर मैं कुछ नहीं बोल पाऊंगा फिर मैं कुछ नहीं कह पाऊंगा. आप मुझे मौका दीजिए, फिर मैं ट्रेड की तरफ से भी बताऊंगा हम गलतियां कहाँ करते हैं, हमारी गलतियां कहाँ होती हैं. I will. सर 2-3 पॉइंट लूंगा, आप ज्यादा नहीं लूंगा क्योंकि आपने मुझे अलर्ट कर दिया है. नहीं सर 2-3 पॉइंट सर 2-3 पॉइंट. सर आप आए हैं, दैट इज फॉरमोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट, एंड वेलकम दैट यू आर लिसनिंग आवर वॉइस. जो मैं बात कह रहा हूँ वो इन्हीं की बात कह रहा हूँ, बट नेवरदलेस ब्रॉडर एस्पेक्ट में टच करूंगा. सर ड्यूरिंग इंस्पेक्शन, सर्च एंड सीजर, there should not be insistence on deposit of tax if I'm not agreeing. But what we have seen practically in all maximum cases, I will not say all cases, maximum cases, department insists for deposit of tax during inspection, search and seizure. There's a circular which is also saying that department should not demand deposit of tax during inspection, search and seizure. There's no provision in the GST law also, 73(5) and 74(5). Non-fraud and fraud cases clearly says either it is ascertained by the taxpayer or agreed by the taxpayer, then only deposit. So this is the amount which is being insisted by the department during search and seizure must be looked into, unless it is accepted by the taxpayer. Coming to the second point, yesterday only we saw arrest memo, and it was a matter of so-called famous case Chanda Kochar. Bombay High Court made certain observation, and these observations we are finding, go sometime against ease of business. Like what happened if investigation and inspection are used as a tool for harassment, then ease of business will not come. And even Bombay High Court has said in that particular judgment, and which I'm citing here, there has to be protect of life and personal liberty. Yes, you can do. Now, I'm here saying those who are taking such action, taxmen are taking such action, and that turned out to be other way around, then there has to be accountability and responsibility. I'm giving broad perspective. See, for taxpayer, you are having these kind of measure, but simultaneously to give message to the taxman, yes, you take initiative only when there is a genuine case of tax evasion. Coming to the two more points, then I will close my observation. Sir, parallel proceedings, central and state. We have seen in lot many cases, section 6, subsection 2, clause B of CGST Act clearly saying there cannot be parallel proceedings. But we are finding at lot many occasions, central and within central DGGI and anti-evasion, and then state also comes up. You can take views from the trade members here, those who are sitting here. I'm just giving food for thought. There we need certain relief, certain medicine. And that is the reason we are sharing this pain part with you. Coming to the last component, sir. And last component is arrest is a threat which is being given during search and seizure. But this threat should not be like that, creating arm twisting, coercive, and creating pressure in the mind of taxpayer. I'm saying that the message must go, your message is going to the trade. You are coming forward and you're vocal about that you are looking. You give a lot many examples sounding to the trade industry, being chairman of this decriminalization committee, at least a step from 1 crore to 2 crore. Now coming to the compounding. So there are very less number in compounding of offenses in GST. What is the reason for that? Let me tell you two reasons for that. Yes, you have done the good job that present range of 50% to 150% reduced to 25 to 100%. But why people are not coming forward? Because in compounding provision, it is being stated that you are getting relief under GST law for the specified offense. And that does not mean that you will get relief from any other law for the time being enforced. So if he is paying the amount, he must be compounded from all other law existing as on date. Then only he will come forward. It is for once, it is written in the law. So we should provide him certain platform whereby he can come forward and get relief. And last and foremost, for the trade, for the taxpayer, the first part, excess claimed ITC, I'm sure, and you will agree with me, there are some black sheep among us who has taken fake credit. And they're the party for the taking fake credit. That is the reason the figure of 75,000 crore figures comes out on a table. Why we are not accountable and responsible? As a trade, we know who is my supplier, and I'm damn sure 99% I'm aware of whether my supplier is a genuine supplier or not. It is due diligence on us as well to come forward and help the taxman also that I did my whole due diligence. My supplier is the honest one, genuine one. If you're having some kind of message in your mind that your supplier is not the genuine one, you can always go and complain about. Always say to the taxman that he's the person, he's collecting the tax but not depositing. When 2A came into the picture from 1st January 2019, status is coming whether supplier is filing 3B or not, right? If we can see status that he's not filing 3B, why we didn't stop purchasing from him? Why didn't we intimate to the taxman? Are we not carrying the responsibility? And I'm agreeing with the chief guest, Sri Vivekji, today. It's not only one way to look at. It's a both way to look at. Nation, India as a whole, responsibility for all of us together. Is it not correct? Is it not correct? We are not on the side of tax evader, and we should not be on the side of tax evader. Rather, we should try as a good citizen of the India that our nation should grow and develop. Am I right in saying so? This increase of revenue, increase of tax base, definitely going to reduce my tax rate. because government has to look at their revenue part as well. So if we see that the expense, sir, एक example में से discuss हुआ था कि चांदनी चौक में कचौड़ी वाले की नहीं करते हुए भी दिन की सेल 50,000 रुपए की है। पर वो 50,000 की हो गई तो आप देखिए 10 दिन के 5 लाख और 30 दिन के 15 लाख और पूरे साल में वो 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा है। उसने रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं लिया। मैंने पूछा तुमने रजिस्ट्रेशन क्यों नहीं लिया? या 20 लाख की 40 लाख की इंट्रास्टेट की लिमिट है। You were saying about B2C transaction where you're trying to, catch hold if any tax evasion. I asked him why you're not taking GST registration. So उसका जो कहना था वो मैं आपसे शेयर कर रहा हूँ as a feedback. We all are looking to expand the tax base. वो बोलता है सर मैं कचौड़ी बनाना जानता हूँ, मेरे दादा लोगों ने कचौड़ी बनाई है। अब GST रजिस्ट्रेशन मुझे तो बहुत डर लगता है, मैं आए दिन ऐसी न्यूज देखता हूँ। क्या डर लगता है मैंने पूछा, बोले नहीं सर वो आप एक तो आपको अपॉइंट करना पड़ेगा, एक आप ऐसे चार्ज करोगे और ऊपर से ये क्लैरिटी नहीं है क्या होगा, क्या कॉम्पोजिशन डीलर का रजिस्ट्रेशन है ना हमारे पास 1 करोड़ रुपए का। What message we have to give to the trade, and this is what you are giving. And I must compliment to you that for the ease of business, you're coming on the trade side and talking to the trade and listening to their voice. This message will go positive way to all of us together. And we would be spokesperson for you to give message to all the taxpayer. Be on genuine side and honest side. Do your business in a best way possible. But wherever we are having pain, we should be given an opportunity to express before you. And thanking once again to you for coming on PHDI platform and listening to our voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bimal Jain ji, for the theme presentation and resonating few various important pointers and areas which make an absolute relevant feedback and suggestion on the seminar topic today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to kindly put your hands together for Shri Rajiv Talwarji, former President, PhD CCI. Sir, I request you to kindly give your brief submission.
I don't want to make a speech. I think we've been through very big experts. Mr. Rahman was also here, the chief guest. इनका विवेक ही बहुत है, हाँ, कि इतने अच्छे टॉपिक पे आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि यस गवर्नमेंट का एटीट्यूड बिल्कुल फर्क है। हम लोग मानते हैं, दो चीजें हम लोग मानते हैं कि जीएसटी जैसा रिफॉर्म भारतवर्ष में आजादी के बाद पहली बारी हुआ है, और दोनों चीजें जो हैं डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस में भी इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस में भी अब इतनी गति से कलेक्शंस बढ़ रही हैं कि इस वक्त लगता है कि अपना हक है कुछ मांग लें, कि कलेक्शंस बढ़ती रहें। There is so much of cross checking, there is so much of data mining which is possible both in direct taxes. आजकल फेसलेस असेसमेंट है, कहीं पे गलती करते हैं तो वो भी आ जाता है कि आपने इतनी इन्वेस्टमेंट कहीं पे की थी या कुछ किया, कुछ खर्चा किया, उसका भी ट्रैक है। तो सिमिलरली यही चीजें, आशा है कि यही चीजें और यही एस्पेक्ट्स इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस में भी आएंगे। पर जरूर जो एक्चुअली जो सड़क पे निकलता है, जैसे हमारे सीएस हैं, जो आपके जो एडवाइजर्स हैं, टैक्स एडवाइजर्स हैं, कुछ गलतियां होती हैं ऑफिसर्स से और कुछ हमसे भी। आपको मालूम है कि हम लोगों ने पीएचडी सीसीआई में हमेशा ये माना है कि मे बी all the rich people are not paying all the taxes that they should be paying, and therefore we have always held what Bimal ji has said, ki yes, we are not on the side of any evader, but we are always there to help out, and that is why we have come. And my only request will be, I should not stay in between your questions and the answers, but if we can actually by the end of the day give a simple recommendation, and maybe there are many of them, what can be done to increase ease of doing business. I think that will be the greatest contribution for today's attendance here, as well as the attendance by the department. आपको भी मालूम है, मुझे भी मालूम है, रहमान साहब चले गए हैं, he is very experienced in GST, but it's a fabulous thing in customs today. आप विदेश जाएं, विदेश से आए, हमारे जो नागरिक हैं उनके लिए कोई ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, क्योंकि अब तो सारी चीजें यहीं पे अवेलेबल हैं, आप जाके क्या परचेज कर लेंगे। मे बी ड्यूटी फ्री शॉप इज द ओनली वन जहां पे कुछ मिल जाता है कि भाई सस्ता मिल रहा है इसलिए ले लो, अदरवाइज कपड़े भी यहाँ पे मिलते हैं, सब कुछ ही यहाँ पे मिलता है, खरीदेंगे क्या। आई मीन वट एवर यू नीडेड यू आर गोइंग टू गेट इन दिस कंट्री। सो सिमिलरली इट कम्स इन डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस ऑल्सो, कि आपने जो डिजिटल पेमेंट शुरू कर दी हैं, तब आजकल कैसे कौन कैरी करता है, वैसे ही डर लगता है कि वाई टू कैरी टू मच ऑफ कैश। आप जिस पेट्रोल भराना है, राशन लेना है, जो भी छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं, फट से एक तो बड़ा गर्व होता है और बड़ी आई मीन यू कैन शो ऑफ ऑल्सो कि सीधा से अपना वो निकाला कार्ड और दिया। एंड आजकल तो मेनी प्लेसेस यू डोंट इवन हैव टू पुट इन योर नंबर, वो सीधा वो टिल अ सर्टेन अमाउंट वो टिप से इट गेट्स क्लियर्ड। एंड आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू टेक एनी रिसीट्स, क्योंकि रिसीट की जरूरत नहीं है, फोन पे पहले ही मैसेज आ जाता है। हाँ, सो आई थिंक दैट इज बीइंग डन इंक्रीजिंगली एंड दैट इज व्हाट वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू। बट यस, डर लगता है, अभी जीएसटी नया नया एक्ट है, कि कहीं ये ना हो ये भी इनकम टैक्स वालों की तरह हो जाए, कि कोई सर्च भी हो जाएगी, कोई इंस्पेक्शन भी हो जाएगी, एंड खुदा ना खास्ता कोई ज्यादा अमीर लोग हों तो उनको तो अरेस्ट भी हो जाएगी। क्योंकि जंजीर पिक्चर थी, आपने शायद नहीं देखी होगी क्योंकि 50 साल हो गए हैं, कि जैसे ही प्राण साहब जो सबसे बड़े गुंडे थे जब आए, तो अमिताभ बच्चन एंड पुलिस में तो एक ही रैंक है, इंस्पेक्टर है ना, एसएचओ इंस्पेक्टर होता है, उन्होंने मारी लात उसमें कुर्सी पे और बोला कि बैठ कैसे रहा है मेरे पूछे बिना। हाँ, तो वही डर लगता है कि इज्जत ना नीलाम हो जाए। तो दैट इज व्हाट वी होप, कि बड़ी मुश्किल से इज्जत कमाई जाती है, बड़ी मुश्किल से इज्जत कमाई जाती है, कि उसका फलूदा ना बन जाए। हाँ, तो दैट इज व्हाट वी आर ओनली आस्किंग, दैट इज ईज ऑफ बिजनेस, कि साहब पे करने दो, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा भी पे हो जाएगा तो रिफंड मिलने में बड़ा चैन है। इनकम टैक्स में नाउ आई थिंक दैट इज दी बाय एंड लार्ज, कि थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा इनकम टैक्स पे कर दो, एंड देयरफॉर व्हेन यू गेट अ रिफंड तो दैट इज अ सर्टिफिकेट कि जी चोरी नहीं की, बेशक प्रमाण पत्र मिले ना मिले। I can promise you, I was in service. I was telling the chief guest कि मैं सर्विस में था, अब जब छोड़ा भी है प्राइवेट सेक्टर ज्वाइन किया तभी भी सर्विस में, तो बहुत सारा आई मीन इनकम टैक्स बहुत ही ज्यादा पे करना शुरू कर दिया था कि मिलती थी तनख्वाह, पर आज तक कभी वो गौरव पत्र या प्रमाण पत्र नहीं मिला सर। yes. हाँ, और बीवी जो बहुत कम टैक्स पे करती है उसको मिल जाता है हर बारी। सो दैट इज ओके, दैट इज आई मीन विल ऑफ गॉड, बट द ओनली थिंग इज वी डोंट वांट कि मिल रहा है। आई थिंक इफ द रेवेन्यू इज इंक्रीजिंग तो जरूरी ये बात है कि अधिकतर लोग टैक्स पे करने को तैयार हैं, अगर तैयार हैं तो उनको पे करने दीजिए, आसानी से पे करने दीजिए। दैट इज द टेस्ट, कि जिस दिन ये इकोनॉमी 5 ट्रिलियन क्या, मेरा तो अनुमान है कि अगर चीफ मिनिस्टर्स अनाउंस करना शुरू करते हैं, जैसे योगी आदित्यनाथ ने कहा है 1 ट्रिलियन, नवीन पटनायक साहब ने कहा 1 ट्रिलियन, एमके स्टालिन ने कहा 1 ट्रिलियन। इनफैक्ट यू आर गोइंग, मिस्टर शिवराज चौहान बिफोर द प्राइम मिनिस्टर वेंट फॉर द प्रवासी दिवस, ही सेड 550 बिलियन, मतलब भाई मैं वो भी कर दूंगा पिछले अगले 5 सालों में। नाउ इफ द चीफ मिनिस्टर्स अनाउंस, पावर उनकी होती है। वी हैव ऑल कम फ्रॉम स्टेट्स, ही हैज कम फ्रॉम द लार्जेस्ट स्टेट इन इंडिया, मध्य प्रदेश। जब छत्तीसगढ़ और मध्य प्रदेश एक साथ था तो सबसे वो बोलते हैं दिल था भारतवर्ष का। तो चीफ मिनिस्टर्स अनाउंस कर दें, सारी पावर चीफ मिनिस्टर्स और ऑफिसर्स में होती है, एंड देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम इन अचीविंग अ $20 trillion economy in the next 10 years, sir. That is the power of the state, and they can introduce much more of investment. I mean, आपने यूपी में देखा है, it has happened in the last 5 years. It has become a state of expressways. अब ये लगता है कि जब धुंध हो गई तो एक्सीडेंट्स बड़े हो रहे हैं, that's all. बट कोई ये नहीं बोलता कि मुझे देहरादून पहुंचने में या लखनऊ पहुंचने में या कहीं पे भी यूपी में पहुंचने में अधिक टाइम लगता है. आई मीन नाउ तो देयर आर थिंग्स की देयर आर हाईवे गैंग्स कमिंग अप कि दिल्ली आगरा एक्सप्रेसवे पे कैसे पत्थर फेंका जाए और किसी को रोका जाए, नहीं तो लोग रुकते नहीं आजकल. सो वी आर क्वाइट हैप्पी कि आने वाले वर्षों में शायद हमने ना देखा हो पर हम उस राह पे जरूर चले हैं जहाँ पे आप चले हैं पिछले, अब तो 2 वर्ष में 30 साल हो जाएंगे. इट्स अ वेरी लॉन्ग टाइम इन सर्विस. बड़ा मजा आता है ऐसी सर्विस में कि सरकार इज द लार्जेस्ट कॉरपोरेशन, उसके आप पीयर ग्रुप में हो तो बहुत पावर होती है करने की. हम लोग तो कहते हैं कि प्लीज करिए. अब ये देश, हमारे बच्चे एक दूसरा देश देख रहे हैं और क्यों ना देखें. जिस दिन 40-50 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी हो गई वो सोने की चिड़िया वापस आ जाएगी साहब. So let's work towards that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Shri Shailendra Kumar ji, CEO TIOL, to kindly come and present his brief submission. There is also one announcement. Mr. Shailendra Kumar is also a very renowned journalist also. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together for Mr. Kumar.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Two things I would like to make as my observation. One is that it's a very chilly morning and the topic is very chilling. And number two is that it's very tough for any speaker who comes after Bimal Jain to speak and pick up any topic. Then the only fate which awaits you is the drought of ideas and topic and issues and the problems. But fortunately for all of us, we have a policymaker who is very well acquainted, well informed about all the pain points which we have faced in the last 5 years. And let's give full credit, in fact, to our political leadership and bureaucracy as well for showing the maturity to understand the pain, a compliance record, and a very good perspective. I would rather say that there is a quantum jump in the perception about the business, about the compliance record. In fact, all of us apparently, in a way, celebrating the GST monthly revenue collections, which we can attribute to 4 factors, of course. If you look at the data, the IGST collection through improved imports is one of them. Robust consumption in the domestic economy is number 2. But compliance happens to be the key driver behind the collections, besides the formalization of the economy, of course. These are the 4 factors, perhaps, which could be attributed for this quantum jump in the revenue collections, apparently coming very close to 1.5 trillion. I must give credit to the committee headed by Vivekji and other policymakers in the GST Council for understanding various issues and doing the needful in terms of amendment in the law. Some of them will come in the budget. Some of the circulars which they have clarified recently, the TRU has done that. But on this issue, let me tell you, Bimalji has made it very clear that every forum, every organized industry will not favor tax evasion. I mean, let's forget about what is happening, what Bimalji is saying, that the debate which is raging today, that the burden should not come on the buyer if the supplier is not complying with certain procedures. The similar debate was triggered long back when the TDS provision was introduced for the first time under Income Tax Act. Nothing different. But with the state, the choice was not much. They had to put the compliance burden on the industry to deduct TDS and deposit it. In fact, we had a session recently where We talked about that there is a time has come to incentivize the industry for complying and incurring and carrying forward the burden of tedious compliance while making the payment and depositing that in the government account. Therefore, there is no collection cost for the government. So in return, the government should incentivize the industry and trade. Of course, that's a debatable issue. Of course, I'm hoping that sometime, if not today, the government will certainly take a view on this. But again, there is nothing called robust revenue collection for the government. There is always a deficit. There is always a requirement. As long as we have a variety of vulnerable sections in the society, government has to look after that. But so far as this topic is concerned, that the two things I would like to suggest. One is, of course, the taxpayers' rights must be quantified, must be stated clearly. That is very important. Number two, black sheep tax evaders will always remain there in the industry. But again, let us also remember that tax evasion is a cost. It's a factor which dilutes the spirit of competition in the economy. And competition is the one which, if you look at the global economy, all rich economies, everybody is trying to promote that because that trickles down the benefits to the consumers. The consumer gets benefited only because there is competition. And competition is the one which honest taxpayers will always relish, they will enjoy. And tax evaders will always have an edge over honest taxpayers if they evade taxes. So in a civilized society, there is no civilization which favors tax evasion. Let me tell you, only last week, the biggest scam in the EU VAT was detected. That is worth 2.2 billion euro. You can imagine. EU, which is implementing GST, the VAT, for several decades, everything is computerized. The more sophisticated the system is, the most elaborate the procedures are, the greater are the chances of frauds. And this fraud, the biggest ever scam detected by the EU, which involved Europol, law enforcement agencies of 30 countries, 600 persons involved, 900 companies involved, right from China to USA, and the total magnitude of this scam is 2.2 billion euro. 600 persons, 600 premises raided, luxury cars to villas to yacht, everything seized. I have a list I can share with you, very interesting case. It basically emphasizes the point that arrest provisions are an integral part of every tax system. However, better organized via higher the level of trust between the law enforcers and the compliant taxpayers, the compounding is a better breach for quicker redressal, also for the revenue, because it adds to the enrichment of the exchequer. And in other words, I will not stand between you and because the chief guest has to go, you still have 10 minutes, so perhaps a few questions. My only suggestion will be that we are on the right track. In last 5 years, all the stakeholders, particularly taxpayers, the industry and trade, and also for professionals, in fact, who have been, helping industry and trade in complying and, articulating all those tax provisions like Vimalji, and the tax authorities as well. And despite various constraints, the GST Council, all the state finance ministers and the chairperson of the council, they have done their best. Of course, we expect them to do more. There are various kinds of group of ministers, various committees, so some of us will have very serious grievance that, the GST Council has failed to set up even the GST tribunal. Despite having this GOM report, etc., all those grievances will remain. That's a part of the procedures. It takes time. It involves a little bit of politics also. There are various other factors. But the fact is, this is an occasion that we must pat ourselves on our back, all the policymakers, all the political leadership, for giving us a very, very mature GST so far. Plenty of room for improvement. We will certainly improve in coming days, in coming years. And one thing where the GST Council and where the policymakers should give the feedback that, like the CBDT side, we should also have very clear-cut, well-defined the taxpayers' rights. There is a global movement going on everywhere in every good economy, civilized economy, and we should also have, like other economies, a very well-defined taxpayers' rights. And it does not mean that taxpayers' right will neuter the right to arrest. That will always remain an integral part of the tax system. But yes, the threshold in terms of who is granting this authority to go ahead with the arrest, it will certainly go up further. Today, it is joint commissioner level, then the commissioner, perhaps the chief commissioner, perhaps the committee tomorrow. That will again, this is only to create a rail guard against misuse and abuse of the power, and so that we have more trust and better computerization, more compliance through the GST and interface. Things will certainly improve. A lot of things good things are lined up. Bimalji will tell you more, and Vivekji will tell you more about it. What I see, I can clearly see what is going to happen in GST till 2030. A lot of interesting things are going to happen. And the ease which Bimalji is talk about, that ease will be so much that most of us will be perhaps feeling and having a sense of unease. Thanking you all for this wonderful session, and please go ahead with the other session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shailendra Kumar. And now I believe we can have a few Q&A questions and answers with the chief guest. And I would request Mr. Bimal Jain to kindly moderate the Q&A session. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request that the chief guest would only take 2 questions.
Two questions.
The most relevant 2 questions,
Let me
I
come
believe.
to Pavan ji first. Pavan.
सर एक शेड्यूल 1 के ऊपर क्लैरिटी बहुत चाहिए, बिकॉज शेड्यूल 1 का जो स्कोप है बहुत वाइड इंटरप्रेटेट हो रहा है फील्ड फॉर्मेशन में, सो उस पर बहुत क्लैरिटी चाहिए। और आज की डेट में बहुत सारे ऐसे इश्यूज हैं जो शेड्यूल 1 के लेकर के बहुत हो रहा है। देयर आर फ्यू एग्जांपल लाइक कॉर्पोरेट गारंटीज एटसेट्रा, सो वी नीड अ क्लैरिटी ऑन दैट एंड फ्रॉम द बोर्ड।
So Pavan ji, since ये procedural issue है, आप अगर formally लिख के भिजवा देंगे तो I'll get it examined. So these are things, ये regularly GST का एक advantage ये है कि GST is a regularly evolving law. Direct taxes और customs में तो जब budget आता है तब उसमें changes होते हैं चीज़ों में, but GST council चूंकि हर 2-3 महीने में मिलती है, और जो इस तरह के procedural changes हैं वो TRU से recommend होके council में चले जाते हैं, और लॉ कमेटी और फिटमेंट कमेटी की मीटिंग्स भी रेगुलरली होती हैं, 1 महीने में 2-2 मीटिंग्स हो जाती हैं। तो कोई इश्यूज जो, एंड ऐसा नहीं कि आप जैसा इशू रेज करें, ऐसे बहुत सारे इश्यूज रेगुलरली आते हैं, और आपने देखा होगा कि रेगुलरली सर्कुलर्स भी इशू होते रहते हैं। मतलब जितने जीएसटी के सर्कुलर इशू होते हैं, इधर फॉर क्लैरिफिकेशन और फॉर इम्प्रूविंग द कंप्लायंस, बहुत सारे इशू जैसे बिमल जैन जी ने उठाए, जो फाइलिंग ऑफ रिटर्न्स, कंप्लायंस नॉर्म्स की कौन सी रिटर्न पहले आएगी, कौन सी बाद में आएगी, सारी चीज़ें धीरे धीरे करके इवॉल्व होती जा रही हैं। तो आप इसको गिव इट इन राइटिंग, वी विल टेक इट अप, एंड अदरवाइज ऑल्सो वॉट एवर ऑल आर योर सजेशंस, आप इफ यू आर गिविंग इट टू द काउंसिल और टू द TRU, each and every suggestion is debated there. So no paper that comes from the industry remains unattended. Everything is attended to. Of course, the decision may be taken which may not be to your liking at that particular point of time. But normally hota hai ki the tax authorities also have to see the other side. As I said, ki we have to see that when we are making a change or a clarification, it should have a positive revenue impact as well. Or if there is a negative revenue impact, that is limited, which is known and limited. So us point of view se kai bari aapko lagta hoga slow hai decision making, but GST has this advantage. It's a continuously evolving system. It is not dependent on an year-to-year change.
जैसे कि टैक्स बेस बढ़ता जा रहा है धीरे धीरे, लेकिन एक चैलेंजेस कई बार हमें आता है जब हम डिपार्टमेंट के सामने जाते हैं, क्लाइंट को बोलते हैं कि भाई अगर तुमने कोई आईटीसी फेक लिया है, कुछ लिया है, वापस कर दो, इंटरेस्ट भी दे दो। लेकिन वहीं पर ना कुछ ऑफिसर्स, मैं सारे की बात नहीं कर रहा, मैं नोएडा गया, मैं हिसार गया, दिल्ली गया, वहाँ पर सेटलमेंट की जो चीज़ें होती है, तो जो क्लाइंट होता है वो उसमें ज़्यादा प्रेफर होता है। कहता है जी आप 5 लाख रुपए मुझसे जमा कराने की बात कर रहे हो, मेरा कैसे 1 लाख में सेटल हो रहा है। तो जितना हम अरेस्ट प्रोविजन कर रहे हैं बात, हम क्लाइंट्स की तो कर रहे हैं, आए दिन न्यूज़ में हम देखते रहते हैं। तो सर थोड़ा बहुत स्ट्रिक्टनेस हम ऑफिसर्स पे भी लगाएं। रजिस्ट्रेशन के ओटीपी से लेकर और मतलब कि चाहे असेसमेंट हो, चाहे सम्मन हो, चाहे बोकस आईटीसी हो, ये हम प्रोफेशनल्स को बहुत फेस करना पड़ता है, क्लाइंट्स को फेस करना पड़ता है। अगर ये पैसा हम गवर्नमेंट को दें एज ए रिवेन्यू, और आप उधर से चाहे उनकी तनख्वाह बढ़ा दें, भाई जैसे बाहर की कंट्रीज में होता है, प्लीज।
आई थिंक ये आपने मूल प्रश्न पूछा है। तनख्वाह बढ़ाने में तो मैं भी खुश हूँ, तनख्वाह जल्दी बढ़ा दे तो अच्छा, मेरी तनख्वाह भी बढ़ जाएगी। क्या है कि कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो सोसाइटल इश्यूज हैं। जब मैंने कैरियर शुरू किया तो मैंने वकालत से शुरू किया। तो जब वकालत में हम लोग फीस मांगते थे, तो अगर आपने रेगुलर फीस मांगी तो आपको वो, उस ज़माने में मैं 92 की बात कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं हाई कोर्ट चंडीगढ़ में वकालत करता था, तो अगर किसी ने 15,000 रुपये फीस दे दी तो बड़ी फीस होती थी, भी बहुत अच्छी फीस आपने किसी केस में दे दी। बट मैंने कई लॉयर्स ऐसे देखे जो दो तरह से फीस ज़्यादा लेते थे। एक तरीका यह था कि मैं, तो आपने सीनियर काउंसिल को करा तो आपने फीस उसको दिला दी, उसका 1/3 आपने भी ले ली, तो उसने 1.5 लाख लिया तो आपको 50,000 रुपये मिल गए। या आपने कहा कि मैं ऐसा करता हूँ, जज के रिलेटिव को वकील करा देता हूँ, उसको आपने और ज्यादा फीस दिला दी, और उसका, उसने कुछ किया हो या नहीं किया हो, but professionally that was an advantageous situation which people adopted. There may be certain professionals, I don't say all of them do it, where it is more lucrative to say that I can arrange a settlement and you pay me this much, or rather than saying कि I'll fight your case and I'll win it legally and you pay me only the fees. So this problem is the societal issue. This is not a legal issue. This is, and not only prevalent with the tax officers, it is prevalent within the profession and the citizen. आप खुद ही कह रहे हैं कि जो टैक्स पेयर है वो कहता है कि साहब मैं 5 लाख रुपए टैक्स पे नहीं के पे करनी, मुझे 1 लाख देके अपनी जान ना छुड़ा लूं, 4 लाख बच गए। तो उसके दिमाग में नहीं आता कि वो डिसऑनेस्ट काम कर रहा है, जो लेने वाला है वो भी डिसऑनेस्ट कर रहा है, जो प्रोफेशनल बीच में पड़ा हुआ है वो भी कहता है अच्छा ठीक है चल तू सेटल कर ले। एंड सो ये दिस इज, so these are things which cannot be solved by me or by the legal system that we have. और आप पनिश कर दो, आप 4 पनिश होते हैं, लोग पकड़े जाते हैं, रेड हैंडेड पकड़े जाते हैं, सीबीआई केस बनाती है। अगर आप शिकायत कर दें और वो जो 1 लाख देने जाने वाला है और वो शिकायत कर दे और वो तो पकड़ा जाएगा फट से। कभी आपने देखा है कि आपने किसी सीबीआई को या किसी को शिकायत की और उस पर कार्रवाई ना हुई हो? आप रेड हैंडेड पकड़वाना चाहोगे तो 1 मिनट में पकड़ा जाएगा, बट आप नहीं चाहते, वो आपकी वकालत बंद हो जाए, प्रैक्टिस बंद हो जाएगी, आगे चल नहीं पाओगे। So these are so there are no ready-made answers. We have to look within ourselves. एक ही इसका आंसर है, वो है यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी। आप देखो ई इनवॉइस शुरू हुआ, आपका ई-वे बिल शुरू हुआ, आपके सिस्टम्स ट्रांसपेरेंट जब होते हैं तो डिस्क्रिशन कम होता है। एक बार रिकॉर्ड में आ गई कोई चीज, डेटा में पड़ी हुई है, तो ना आपके पास डिस्क्रिशन है ना टैक्स अथॉरिटी के पास डिस्क्रिशन है, वो टैक्स दे की जान छूटेगी। जैसे अभी तलवार साहब बता रहे थे कि इनकम टैक्स साइड में एआईएस शुरू हो गया, तो एआईएस में जब आप रिटर्न भरने जाते हैं तो आपको हम दिखा देते हैं कि भाई आपकी ये ट्रांजेक्शन्स भी हैं, तो आप उनको देख लो, अगर आप इनके अकॉर्डिंगली आपकी मिस होगी तो आपकी स्क्रूटनी में चली जाएगी रिटर्न, तो आप ऑटोमेटिकली चेक कर लेते हो। कंटेस्ट आप तब करते हो जो वाकई आपको कंटेस्ट करने की सिचुएशन, अदरवाइज आप उसको भर देते हो। तो जैसे जैसे हम इंक्रीजिंगली टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ जाएंगे, जैसे जैसे हमारी अवेयरनेस बढ़ेगी, और एज प्रोफेशनल्स आप भी अगर देखेंगे दूसरी साइड से कि भाई हमें जो है इसको कंप्लायंस की साइड ले जाना है, और कंप्लायंस की साइड पे काम करने से भी हमारा प्रोफेशन अच्छे चलता है, तो देन वी विल बी ऑन अ ब्राइटर साइड। किसी एक सोसाइटी की विंग को गलत ठहराना डजंट सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम। मैं उनको डिफेंड नहीं करता किसी को ना, क्योंकि वो तो मैं ही हूँ। मतलब मैं यहाँ बैठूँ या मेरा ही कलीग टैक्स के सिस्टम में बैठा है जो ये काम करे। इसीलिए मैंने बिमल जी को टोका था। क्या है कि ह्यूमन बीइंग्स की टेंडेंसी गलती करने की रहेगी, वो चाहे बिजनेस में हो वो ह्यूमन बीइंग, वो चाहे सर्विस में हो। आप अगर देखें तो हमारा सबका सोसाइटी का बैकग्राउंड एक ही है। जो हमने अपने परिवार में सीखा है, जो हमने वैल्यू सिस्टम अपने परिवार में सीखे हैं, वही हम लेके प्रोफेशन में आए हैं, वही लेके हम अपनी सर्विस में आए हैं। कोई आज कोई विलायती आदमी तो आके सर्विस में है नहीं, है तो हिंदुस्तानी। आप जिस कॉलेज में आप पढ़े वैसी कॉलेज में मैं पढ़ा हूँ। आपने ये प्रोफेशन चूज कर लिया, मैं सेलेक्ट होकर इस प्रोफेशन में आ गया। तो मेरी मॉरल वैल्यू तो वही है ना जो मैंने अपने परिवार से सीखी हुई है। प्रोफेशन के डिफरेंट होने से फर्क नहीं पड़ता। एक बात और आप देखें, किसी भी ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल को आप ले लें, 10 चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स ले लें, 10 लॉयर्स ले लें, 10 ऑफिसर्स ले लें, ऑफिसर्स में भी अलग अलग सर्विस के 10-10 आदमी ले लें, आपको अच्छे और बुरे उतने ही लोग मिल जाएंगे। आप जज कर लीजिए ऑब्जेक्टिवली। आपको अगर 10 है तो अगर 4 आपको सीए खराब मिलते हैं, 4 ही वकील खराब मिलेंगे, 4 ही अफसर खराब मिलेंगे। वो अफसर चाहे वो पटवारी हो चाहे वो आईएएस अफसर हो। 6 अच्छे मिलेंगे या 2 ही अच्छे सब में मिलेंगे, क्योंकि हम सेम सोसाइटी को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं। तो इसलिए जो हमारा काम है, जब हम एक लेवल पे पहुंच जाते हैं तो हमारा काम ये है कि हम कैसे अपने एनवायरनमेंट को इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, उस पर हम सबको मिलके काम करना है। मेरा, जैसे गीता में कहा कि हर किसी की ड्यूटी है। अब किसी को कसाई बना दिया, उसकी ड्यूटी काटना ही है। किसी को ब्राह्मण बन गया, पंडित बन गए, वो पूजा करते हैं, उनका काम पूजा करी जाते हैं वो। अब किसी को अफसर बना दिया, उसको टैक्स कलेक्ट करना है। अगला क्या करेगा? तो टैक्स ही कलेक्ट करेगा। तो इसलिए आपका काम है कि डिफेंड करना है। अच्छा, आप सपोज आप चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हो या लॉयर हो, तो क्या आप अपने क्लाइंट की वीकनेस जाके बताओगे? क्या आपका कर्तव्य नहीं है ना वो? आपको पता है भी मैं वकील था, मैं मर्डर के एक्यूज को भी डिफेंड करता था। अब मैं जाके कोर्ट में थोड़ी कहता हाँ जी इसने मर्डर किया हुआ है, सजा दे दो। भाई मेरी ड्यूटी वो थी, आपकी ड्यूटी वो है। जो टैक्स कलेक्टर है, जिसने कलेक्ट करना है टैक्स, उसकी ड्यूटी ये है, वो ही ट्राई टू फाइंड फॉल्ट विद यू। अगर वो आपका फॉल्ट नहीं निकालता तो टैक्स नहीं आता उसका। तो हम सब लोग अपनी अपनी ड्यूटी में बंधे हुए हैं, बट हम सब में स्कोप फॉर इम्प्रूवमेंट है। मैं ये नहीं कहता कि हमारे में स्कोप फॉर इम्प्रूवमेंट नहीं है। और हम कोशिश, जैसे मैंने आपको कहा कि हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जितना हमारा मैंडेट है हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम इम्प्रूव करें, हम ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पे काम करें। हम तो आपको भी अपने रिस्ट्रेंट में रह के अपने, मतलब मैं ये नहीं कहता कि आप आके कहोगे हाँ जी सब ये चोरियां हैं, सब ये ठीक करने के लिए ये कर दो। मैं ये भी नहीं कहता कि आप इतने ज्यादा ट्रांसपेरेंट हो जाओगे, बट स्टिल जो सिस्टमिक इम्प्रूवमेंट्स है, अगर हम मिलके काम करते हैं तो हम जरूर कर सकते हैं। अपने अपने कर्तव्य में बंधे हुए हम अपना काम कर सकते हैं और अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं। ऐसा नहीं कि हम मॉरली, एथिकली, इंटेग्रिटी वाइज करेक्ट होके काम नहीं कर सकते। मैंने बहुत सारे सीएज और लॉयर्स को देखा है जो फैक्चुअली झूठ नहीं बोलते। वो ऑफिसर को या जज को जाके कहते हैं कि साहब फैक्ट, मैं झूठ नहीं बोलूंगा, फैक्ट ये है, पर मैं लीगल इंटरप्रिटेशन पे बात कर रहा हूँ। सो विद द सेम फैक्ट देयर कैन बी 2 इंटरप्रिटेशंस। जैसे मैंने जितने दिन वकालत की, मैंने फैक्ट पे कभी मिसरिप्रेजेंट नहीं किया, ना अपनी प्लीडिंग में किया, ना अपने आर्गूमेंट पे किया। मैं हमेशा लॉ के इंटरप्रिटेशन पे आर्गू करता था। आप में से भी बहुत लोग होंगे जो फैक्चुअली आप गलत नहीं कहेंगे, बट आप लॉ को कहेंगे कि साहब फैक्चुअली ये है, बट इसकी फैक्ट की लीगल इंटरप्रिटेशन ये बनती है। तो ये भी है। कुछ लोग हैं जो फैक्ट को भी मिसरिप्रेजेंट करने में हेजिटेट नहीं करते। तो ये हमारी अपनी सीमाएं हैं, जिस सीमा पे हम काम करते हैं। और कोई भी ये नहीं कह सकता कि मैं परफेक्ट हूँ। भगवान ने परफेक्ट तो बनाया नहीं ना, किसी को कुछ ना कुछ तो कमी छोड़ी है। तो वी आर सीरियसली वर्किंग। आई मीन द सीरियस वर्क इज टू रिड्यूस द डिस्क्रिशन। इफ द डिस्क्रिशन इज रिड्यूस इन द हैंड्स ऑफ द अथॉरिटी, फिर इस तरह की अनॉमली होने के चांसेस कम है। जैसे इनकम टैक्स में फेसलेस हो गया, बहुत से सीएस ने भी उसको अपोज किया। अब भी करते हैं, बहुत सारे जस्टिफिकेशन लेके आते हैं, बट फेसलेस हो गया, उसमें डिस्क्रिशन खत्म हो गई। कोई ढूंढना चाहे तो कोशिश करता है ढूंढने की, बट अल्टीमेटली 99% ऑफ द केसेस में मुश्किल है, पता नहीं चल गया, पता नहीं चलता। तो दीज आर, तो सरकार का तो सीरियस अटेम्प्ट है ना, आप सरकार से ये फॉल्ट फाइंड नहीं कर सकती, गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से अटेम्प्ट नहीं है। चलिए, सो अब मैं आपसे इजाजत लेता हूँ, थैंक यू सो मच। आई विल कीप द डायलॉग ऑन, जो आपकी कमेटी बनेगी उसमें कोई डिस्कशन होगा तो विल टेक इट। आई एम सॉरी, मुझे जाना था, मैं इसलिए बिमल जी को पहले रोक रहा था, ओवर शॉट माई टाइम, बट आई विल बी हैप्पी टू कीप ऑन द इंटरेक्शन। थैंक यू, जय हिंद।
ये तालियां तो वाकई बजनी चाहिए। सर 1 मिनट के लिए बहुत थैंक दे देंगे, बस 1 मिनट के लिए सर, जस्ट 1 मिनट। उतनी सर 1 मिनट के लिए उतनी ही रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमारी है। क्वेश्चन करना बाकी बहुत आसान होता है, बट वी हैव टू बी ऑन बोथ साइड, एंड दिस इनिशिएटिव मस्ट बी फ्रॉम बोथ साइड। वी हैव टू टेक आवर नेशन फॉरवर्ड, दैट वी शुड प्लीज टुडे ऑन न्यू ईयर 2023। Saurabh ji, vote of thanks. Quickly.
On behalf of the PhD chamber and on my own, we sincerely thank our chief guest, Shri Vivek Agarwal ji, who is the additional secretary revenue from Ministry of Finance, Government of India. I think, sir, you made a very candid speech, and you also gave very, very positively taken by the audience here. Great, from the heart of the heart, from my heart, I am thanking Mr. R.K. Rahman, who has again been a regular visitor to the PhD chamber and who has also given a remarkable talk, and he has briefed us about the customs. Thanks to Mr. Bimal Jain ji, who's a master and blaster in the GST. Nobody can beat him, and he's been an authority with us since 2013, ever since I came here. So thank you, sir, for giving all the inputs. Thanks to the president in absentia and the former president in absentia. They set the tone and tenor for this beautiful program which we had today. Personally, for me, it has been a very, very informative program, because so many things have come to my light which I was not aware of. We are working very seriously on the GST issues. We are making regular representations, and for the distinguished information of our chief guest, I would like to say that Bimal ji has been holding these webinars ever since pandemic, sir, on the seizure, on the search, and on the decriminalization. And this is one of the major thrust areas of PhD chamber, because it benefits the entire industry, more than 150,000 members who are there with us. So with these words, I once again thank you and would request you to continue to come here for such seminars. Thank you so much. Last but not the least, sir, I just want to thank Dr. S.P. Sharma, Mr. Nanda Mishra, and his entire team for putting this program together under the dynamic leadership of the chair. This is really appreciable. Thank you.
Our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest on the occasion. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the seminar today.
And thank you for moderating it so well.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you once again, sir, for a wonderful vote of thanks. And now I would hand over the mic to Mr. Nanda to kindly take it forward from here.
Good afternoon, all of you. Now I request for going for a technical round within the next 5 minutes. To be seated, please. Will be keeping in touch. Oh, you can leave. Okay, thank you. Hello. I request all the speakers to come in our dais. Geetika madam, Karan sir, Pramod sir, Bimal sir, and Subham ji. All are requested to please settle down.
Good afternoon to all of you. Shall we start? Yeah, please request all the persons standing outside to join ASAP. I got 5 learned speakers sitting on dais with me. And today we are going to discuss at length. Kindly make your pointers, feedback, suggestion on very important topic, inspection, search, seizure, arrest, and decriminalization. And you must be recalling that in the inaugural session, when I started raising those issues, can I have your attention, please? जब मैंने बोलना स्टार्ट किया तो वो पॉइंट थे जहां पे हमारा सारा दर्द था या नहीं था? दर्द होने के बाद भी उन्होंने कहा दवाई तो दूंगा पर चुप रहे, दवाई तो दूंगा। सी बीइंग चेयरमैन बड़ा डिफिकल्ट टास्क होता है कि आप किसी के सामने, ट्रेड के लिए मैं बोल रहा था ना, पर उनके सामने जो पढ़ने वाली है ना, मुझे पढ़ने, अब मैं जब भी ऑफिस जाऊंगा ना तो जरूर मेरी क्लास लगने वाली है, वो तू बहुत बोलता है। But nevertheless, I really want for the trade, industry and commerce, PSD, CCI, Indirect Tax Committee, take the initiative. And today, these 5 learned speakers are going to talk about everything. So Nanda ji has come. Nanda ji, you can start the session introducing the speaker. Yeah, they will join. You start. Not an issue. जो रहेगा वो पाएगा.
ठीक है. So started from Nitya. Nitya taxation, Mr. Shubham Agarwal ji, please. Now I request to Shubham Agarwal ji present the presentation constitutional validity of provision of summon, search, seizure and arrest provision under GST. When inspection, search and seizure can be initiated. Legal jurisprudence of coercive action by the department during search, seizure and collection of tax revenue and access to the business premises. Please, Shubham ji.
Very good afternoon, all of you. And thank you, Vimal sir, for setting the tone of the session. So Shalin ji rightly said that it is hard for any speaker to come and deliberate on any topic after Vimal sir. But still, I will try to do justice with my topic and add some value through my deliberation. So I have been given the topic. So I have been given the topic to speak on the basic provision of inspection, search, seizure and arrest under GST. So during my presentation, I will be covering the basic provision regarding the power of inspection and search seizure and the power which the departmental officers has during the access to a business premises during any search and seizure. And we will also see some practical cases where the department has actually exercised its coercive action during the search and seizure. And then followed by that, we will briefly see the arrest provision and we will also delve upon the constitutionality regarding the arrest provisions. So starting with my provision, so starting with the presentation. So who has the power to initiate search and seizure and inspection under GST law? So as Vimal sir also rightly said that the power is given to the officer of the rank of JC or above. So the officer of the rank of Joint Commissioner or above has the power to initiate, to authorize any search, seizure or inspection under GST law. When can he use this power? When he has reason to believe. What reason to believe? Reason to believe that a taxpayer has suppressed any transaction, it has availed excess ITC or excess refund, or it has issued bogus invoices. So if these 3 conditions are satisfied according to his reason to believe, then he can initiate a inspection at the place of business of the taxpayer. Or if he has reason to believe that the taxpayer has maintained accounts improperly, or the taxpayer has evaded some payment of tax, or the taxpayer is not issuing regular e-bills, then in such cases, he can initiate search against the taxpayer. Okay. Now, as we have seen, the mood thing, the first and foremost thing to initiate search and seizure under GST is the taxpayer, the officer should have reasons to believe. Now, interestingly, this term reason to believe is used under 3 provisions under GST law. Section 67, search, seizure and arrest. Sorry, search, seizure and search and seizure. Section 69, arrest. And Section 87, provisional attachment. But interestingly, nowhere in the entire GST law, the concept of reason to believe is explained. Fortunately, this has gone to the courts in multiple times, and similar provisions we have under section 110 under customs also. So we have umpteen judgments on this matter. So now we will dwell on this concept through some court precedents and try to understand how the courts have interpreted the term reason to believe. So in the first case of Deep Suresh Gadeja, arrest was made. The petitioner was called for summon at the DGGI office. And during the summon, he was asked to pay some tax. And when he denied to pay tax, then the arrest was initiated on the ground of incorporation. So the Gujarat High Court held that this is not a reason to believe that a person is involved in any fraudulent activity, and on such reason, arrest cannot be initiated. In the second case of Golden Cotton Mills, Cotton Industries, again, search and seizure has been initiated. And when the petitioner challenged the reason to believe in the court, the department was not able to substantiate on what ground, on what material facts and circumstances the search has been initiated. So again, the court held the search proceedings to be illegal. Now, coming to the next case. So in this interesting case, we know that the power to initiate or search and seizure is given to JC. So in this case, the search was initiated by an officer of the lower rank than JC. So in this case also, the court has held the search proceedings to be illegal. Now, this is very interesting case. So in this case, department has raised a demand of X amount, and the petitioner deposited the same amount through cash. Still, the department, during the search and seizure proceedings, attached the bank account of the petitioner as well as seized some goods. So now the court asked the department, when you are able to collect your entire tax revenue, then what is the reason to attach the bank account of the petitioner to protect the interest of revenue? So still in this case also, the department could not substantiate any concrete reason. So still in this case also, the court has held the search and seizure proceedings to be illegal. It is also a very interesting case. In this case, what happened? CGST department has given some information to the SGST department. CGST department was making some inquiries against a taxpayer, suppose say X. And that taxpayer has a L2 supplier, say Y, whose assessment was with SGST department. So the CGST department asked the SGST department to check the existence of that L2 supplier, and the department initiated proceedings against the L2 supplier only to check his existence. So in this case also, the court held that this is not a reason for which a search proceedings can be initiated. So we have seen that through the term vague, the very wide and vague term reason to believe, department has again and again starting initiating in search, seizure and arrest proceedings. Still, though these conditions on which the department initiates such proceedings cannot fulfill the requirement of law of the what the court have held in past. So what is implied through this is whenever any such process, whenever any search or seizure is initiated, taxpayer should first of all try to challenge the grounds of reason in the court of law. So again, the department is not obliged to provide the reason to believe to the taxpayer, but yes, it is obliged to produce such reasons in the court of law. And again, currently the department is having a practice to give such reason in a sealed packet to the court. So that will be determined in the times to come. So it is still again another debate that whether the department should also disclose the reason to the taxpayer during the court proceedings or not. Now, department has entered your premises. What all powers does the department have? So department can seize your goods, department can seize your documents, department can take your statements. So again, department can access your business premises or your residential premises. Any place which is under the definition of purview of place of business, department can enter that place and break open that place. Now, what is the definition of place of business? Place of business is defined under section 285 to mean a place from where the business is ordinarily carried on, or a place where documents are maintained, or a place from where the agent operates. Interestingly, this place also covers the undisclosed place also. Suppose we have a place, two warehouses in a city, A and B, and we have not taken registration or added an additional place of business as B. Still, the department has a right to initiate search at that premises, and that is valid also. So now again, let's understand what are the powers that courts have interpreted of the department through some judicial precedents. In the case of net impacts, so yeah, so court held that the department has all right to break into any premises of the taxpayer, maybe residential or commercial. The court also held that still the department does not have right to completely seal or lock down the premises of a taxpayer. So in this case, department has completely sealed the office or the warehouse of the taxpayer on the premise that the taxpayer is not incorporating in the such proceedings. Still, the court held that such action of the department is invalid. And this is very, very interesting case, Paresh Nathlal Chauhan. In this case, interestingly, the departmental officer resided at the residence place of petitioner for 7 straight days. 7 days, the departmental officer was in the home of the petitioner. They were making roving inquiries and bothering the family members of the petitioner. So the court strictly took objection of this case and mentioned that the search and seizure should be initiated for a very, very specific matter for which the department has valid grounds. Department cannot make any roving inquiries and make their sitting place at the place of business or residential place of the taxpayer. And one more very important fact that the court mentioned here, that any statement that need to be taken for that statement, proceedings of section 70 should be initiated. It means a summon should be issued to the petitioner for taking any statement post search and seizure operations. Now, what all types of things department can seize from the premises during search. So in the case of Kanishka Matta, it was held that the good money is also included in the definition of things. It means the department has a right to seize money found at the search premises also. But in the other ruling, we will see that it is held that only it may be the money or the goods, whatever is it. Department can only seize or initiate a prohibition order only for that goods or things which are held to be unaccounted in the books of account. So it means if you can prove that something, even is your stock, capital goods or money, is duly accounted in your books of accounts, and you can validate it, you can substantiate the fact, then department cannot seize that goods or money. Now, department has seized your documents. What right do you have? So you can fairly ask for the copy of the seized documents from the department. Department cannot refuse to give the copy of documents straight away. However, for the cogent reasons, department can do so. So interestingly, this happened in the case of Agrawal Oil Mill. What happened in this case? This is a very interesting case also. Department has seized some, say, 3 types of lasers from the premises, and department was unable to get another 3 that department was seeking. So after search has completed, department has asked another 3 lasers from the taxpayer, and taxpayer was not providing these lasers to the department. Again and again lingering on. So the department had made a point that if we provide the copy of these 3 lasers to the taxpayer, he can manipulate his books of accounts or records, and he can tamper with the evidences. So court take cognizance of the objection of the department and held that yes, if there is a case that the evidence, the copy of the document, seized document can be used to tamper the evidence or manipulate records, then department can deny copy of such documents. So it means you can fairly ask for the copy of any document seized during the search from your premises, but still the department has a right to say that you can use that document for any tampering, and the department can deny. Now, let's see some practical cases where department has used its very vast powers to harass the taxpayers. So it's a very famous case of Bundle Technologies, the Swiggy case. So in this case, the department raided the premises of the taxpayer in the night, and the tax was deposited in crores in night during the search proceedings. And again, when the senior officers were called off for someone, those officers were also forced to deposit tax at that time also. So the matter before the court was to decide whether this tax paid during search and summon can be held to be the tax paid voluntarily under section 73 or 74. Because this tax was paid to DRC 03, and generally what happened in such cases, department asks the taxpayer to select from the drop-down menu in DRC 03 the option which says the tax is deposited voluntarily. Generally it happens. So the case was again, the department challenged that the department was making a point that the tax was deposited voluntarily by the taxpayer during search and summon proceedings. So the court made a very interesting finding and held that if any tax is to be recovered from the taxpayer, then proceedings of section 73 or 74 should be initiated. Why a taxpayer will deposit a tax during the search or summon in the 12:30 a.m. in the night? So on that ground, the court made a point that the department was not able to substantiate that a tax was not collected without any coercive force from the taxpayer, and held that such tax collected should be refunded to the taxpayer. So in this case also, the taxpayer search was conducted at the premises of taxpayer, and the person alleges that the department has done physical violence with the family members of the taxpayer. So again, the court took very strict objection against the action of the department and ordered the department not to take any action against the taxpayer further. And the court also made a very important note that the department should initiate any summon. Department should ask the taxpayer to appear before the department only from a time which is between 10:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. So interestingly, what has happened here, in the law, there is nowhere provision that what should be the time. There is no such time limit to initiate search. So we have also seen in practical cases, the department jumped into your premises at 4 a.m. in the morning and they continue till 33 hours, 40 hours from your premises. So there is no such time limit foundation in the law provided. So interestingly, court in this case made a point that the department should initiate, in this particular case only, the summon and any proceedings against the taxpayer within the definite time, working time limit. Now let's have a view of arrest provisions under GST. So section 69(1) empowers the commissioner to initiate arrest. So commissioner has the power to authorize any junior officer to initiate arrest. So arrest can be done under 4 scenarios provided under section 132(1), which are the taxpayer has issued invoices without payment of tax, or the taxpayer has not issued invoice at the time of supply of goods, or the taxpayer has availed ITC without receiving goods or services. It means a fake invoice. Or the fourth is the taxpayer has collected the tax but not paid to the government. So these are the 4 cases in which the commission has the power to authorize arrest. And what will be the consequence of arrest? If the offense is greater than 5 crores, then the imprisonment is up to 5 CR and the offense is treated as cognizable and non-bailable. And if the offense is up to 2 crores to 5 crores, then the punishment is up to imprisonment of 3 years and the offense is treated as non-cognizable and bailable. Now, let's see how we can challenge the constitutionality of arrest provisions under GST. So I have tried to build some grounds and dig out some grounds from the precedents only, that on what ground the constitutionality of arrest can be challenged. So here are my thoughts. The first is, there is an Article 265 under Constitution of India, which says tax can be collected only under a valid authority of law. So what happens nowadays, department started search and seizure proceedings, even in summons. Department started threatening the taxpayer that you deposit this X amount of tax, otherwise we are going to arrest you. So the moot question here is whether the tax collected under the threat of arrest can be treated as a tax collected under the valid authority of law. So I will discuss a very interesting case here, the case we encountered. Department issued a summon to a director And during the summon, department asks the director to accept X amount of liability and pay thereon only. And they also, when even after the very fair arm twisting, director did not agree to pay tax. Department said that if you will not pay this tax in an hour, we are going to release a press release. We are going to break this news in the press that you are arrested. And interestingly, nobody outside the department, even in the organization, get the news that he has been arrested. And the other directors started getting call from their associates that your director has been arrested. So the question here is whether the tax collected in such a threat can be said to be tax collected under a valid law. Second important question is second thought is there is a Article 23 under Constitution, which says a person accused of any offense cannot be compelled to witness against himself, which is also known as a right to silent. Okay, so I cannot be bound to be witness against myself, which is called the right of self-incrimination. So here, if a person is getting arrested, so whether a person who is being arrested, whether the acceptance or the statements made by that person can be treated against him as a acceptance of his offense. Another point is GST law has been enacted under Article 246A of the Constitution. Under Article 246A, government has a power to make tax laws. So the question is whether the government also has a power under Article 246A to make criminal provisions regarding tax laws. The last point is under GST, GST officers are not the police officers. Okay. So what practically happened after arrest is done, custody is given to the judicial custody is granted under GST. It means the GST officers will not have access to the arrested person for any inquiry or investigation. What happened practically, the person will be produced before a magistrate within 24 hours. And then generally, if the case is in Delhi, then he will be sent to the Tihar jail or somewhat like that. The custody is not given to the GST officers. It means what the officers are trying to get after arrest, from arrest, they are not generally what happens. What officers make a point in the case of arrest, that they are arresting the person to get information out of them, to help so that they can get any aid in their investigation. So what happens on the other side practically, department can never get the I will say approach. The department can never approach the person who has been arrested because he will be sent to the judicial custody. Then what is the point that department is trying to make by arrest? So all these points are dealt in some judgments, like the most important PV Ramana Reddy. This judgment dealt with all the aspects. And it says, first of all, it deals with the aspect of anticipatory bail. And it says, yes, the petitioner can approach the court, High Court, under section Article 226 for the anticipatory bail, because there are no specific CRPC provision attracted here. And regarding the objection of Article 23, court mentioned that the proceedings under section 67 and 70 are not the criminal proceedings, and the taxpayer is not accused still. So it means the protection under Article 23 is still not available to the taxpayer. Another point is the protection under CRPC is also available to the taxpayer. That is fine. The most important point the court mentioned, that the arrest can even happen before adjudication and assessment. So let me explain this a bit. There is a debate going on still whether the arrest provision should be triggered before the department has done adjudication or assessment. So in this case also, in the next case. So in this case, the court mentioned that the prosecution provisions under GST are separate from the assessment and adjudication provisions. So the department has all right to initiate arrest under GST without adjudication and assessment. On the points of constitutionality, court held that under entry 1 of list 3, the criminal proceedings are also covered. So it means list 3 is the concurrent list of the Constitution. So it means under list 3, by virtue of list 3, central and state government has power to incorporate provisions of criminal proceedings also under GST law. And the important thing, under Article 246A, if the government has power to make tax laws, then the power to make the necessary provisions to make the tax laws work also comes with that. So which is called the doctrine of pits and substance. So the court adopted this and mentioned that the department has all right to initiate arrest before adjudication and arrest. And even the central government and state government has all rights to make provisions of arrest under GST law. After this, another important judgment came on the very same issue in the case of Akhil Kishan Babu. So in this case, the Punjab and Haryana High Court differed from the view of Telangana High Court in the case of P.V. Ramana Reddy. The court says that the decision or the point made by Telangana High Court in the case of P.V. Ramana Reddy is not a good law. It's not a complete law. And they also dissented on the point that it cannot be the case that where the department does not have any facts and figures. It means it does not have done, department has not done adjudication or assessment to drive the amount which the department is asking. Department cannot initiate harsh proceedings like arrest under GST. Still, the court tried to point out tried to give some scenarios under which, according to the court, arrest can still happen. Like if the person is not cooperating in the assessment or the summon proceedings. If the person is a habitual offender, or if the person is likely to flee from the country, or the person is aggregator of fake invoices, like he is the originator of fake invoices. Okay. And if in exceptional cases where the department has direct evidence of his indulgence in any such offense. The most important point is, after these two Telangana and Punjab and Haryana High Court judgments, the Supreme Court has taken cognizance of this matter in the case of Sapna Jain, and a 3-bench judge is constituted, so which will decide this matter going forward. So the main caution that whether the arrest can be initiated without initiating adjudication and assessment proceedings is valid in law or not, that will be decided in times to come by the Supreme Court. So that's all from my side.
Thank you, Shubhamji. Very nice presentation of you. Now request to Mr. Karan Sazewadi from Lakshmi Kumar and Sidaran against the offences bailable and non-bailable, various penalty imprisonment provisions, decriminalization of offences, legal validity of recovery proceeding in GST, etc. Karanji, please.
Hi, a very good afternoon to everyone present here, all the honorable members on the dais and everyone present here and virtually. A good start to the session today in the morning with some very good policy level discussions by the Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Additional Secretary, Mr. Vivek Agarwal, followed by discussions on practical difficulties being faced by the trade, which Mr. Jain wonderfully brought forth on behalf of all of us to the policy makers. And then good start to the technical sessions by Shubham as well, where he sort of summed up wonderfully the constitutional aspect, so to speak, on arrest, seizure, search, etc. Now I'll take it forward from there, covering the offenses and relating to arrest and the proposals relating to decriminalization of offenses. And during this, I'll discuss some of the landmark Supreme Court principles and also sort of touch upon the my view on the constitutional validity of Section 69. Well, Sapna Jain is awaited. I'll also like to share as to where I stand in my humble opinion as to what the law there should be insofar as the constitutional aspect is concerned. Because these constitutional issues is something that I specialize in, I do a lot of cases before the High Court. So that is an area of law which is of special interest to me. So with that, I start my presentation. Yes, there we go. So starting off with legal jurisprudence, I'll just touch upon the legal jurisprudence first relating to the arrest provisions. Now, one of the most fundamental rights conferred in the Constitution is the right to personal liberty. A provision of arrest is something which seeks to restrict the most fundamental right. Therefore, the provision relating to arrest provisions in an economic offense, such as we have here in the context of GST, has to endeavor to strike a very delicate balance to ensure that unscrupulous tax evaders do not get away scot-free. There is enough deterrent that is there in the system. And at the same time, honest taxpayers don't face any difficulties or threats of arrest. It's a very difficult balance that the policymakers have to try to achieve to ensure a very fundamental constitutional right is not violated. In that context, I'll just point out a quote made by the Supreme Court in the case of Joginder Kumar, where they said the quality of a nation's civilization can be largely measured by the method it uses in the enforcement of criminal law. In the context of taxing provisions, what is the purpose and object behind having an arrest provision? One, of course, it acts as a deterrent measure. Second, for the purposes of holding an effective inquiry and to aid, assist, and support in levying of taxes. In our country, especially, there has been a history of a lot of cases relating to tax evasions. There is always this anxiety in the mind of the honest taxpayer that he is complying with the law, whereas so many others are getting away. So with all these aspects in mind, these arrest provisions are sort of essential in a taxing and an economic legislation today in our country. Now, the statutory framework of arrest provisions, I believe Shubham has already sort of touched upon, so I'll not dwell too much on it. Under Section 69, the commissioner can authorize the arrest. He has to record the reasons to believe as to why the person has committed one of the specified offenses. Specified offenses also has been dealt in detail, so I would not like to repeat those aspects. Suffice it to say that reasons to believe has to be recorded in the file of the commissioner, as Shubham has stated, but it can be subject to judicial review. If in an appropriate case, an assessee challenges the fact that there was no reason to believe, or there could not have been a reason to believe, then that has to be justified by the commissioner who authorized the arrest before the court, and that is subject to judicial scrutiny. So who are the persons liable to face prosecution? It can be the supplier, if it's a company, it can be the director or the employees of the company who had knowledge and who were involved in the alleged sort of tax evasion or wrongful availment of credit, etc. Can be the recipient as well, and by way of subsequent development of the law can also be consultant who played an active role in leading up to the entire tax evasion. Now, of course, the safeguards with regard to producing the person being arrested within 24 hours of the magistrate, that safeguard is present in Section 69. Now, with regard to the possibility of filing anticipatory bail for a pre-arrest, for an arrest pre-FIR, we saw these judgments discussed in detail, and the conflicting judgments of the High Court here. The predominant view as of now seems to be that only a writ petition can be filed seeking some sort of an anticipatory relief. I would not call it technically an anticipatory bail because that falls under the purview of 438 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. So high courts have taken a view that for a case under GST, these 438 technically, an application under 438 cannot, is not maintainable. Now, reason to believe again has been sort of touched upon, so I will not spend much time on that. I'll just sort of pause here before I move on to the next section, and just sort of touch upon the constitutional aspects, which my friend wonderfully pointed out. One, the possibility of abuse of the provision of arrest. Second, we have the fact that after arrest, the person is given to judicial custody and no further investigation can take place. So that does not address or advance the purpose of arrest. Perhaps if the revenue were to sort of put forward their point, they would argue that the fact that a provision is capable or possible, it can be misused, is not a reason for striking down of the provision as being unconstitutional. R.K. Garg, Supreme Court 5-judge bench judgment. The law there is that if in a particular instance there is misuse of a provision, then that person has a right to challenge such actions, but that is not a ground for striking down a provision as unconstitutional. My humble opinion. The second aspect, perhaps, again, what the revenue can put forth may be that the arrest serves another purpose apart from interrogation and investigation, is the fact that the person does not tampers with the evidence or interferes with the investigation. And also the fact that it acts as a deterrent. Senior counsel Mr. Mukul Rohgi, in a recent interview after the PMLA judgment came out of the Supreme Court, he said in most criminal cases, especially economic offenses in the country, the practice is to sort of enforce arrest first, because you don't know once the trial is launched, how long the prosecution will take, maybe 1 decade or 15 years. So no one knows how the entire proceedings will culminate. So get the person under arrest, at least keep him behind the jail for a year or 2 years, and then sort of grant bail. So there is some element of justice being done. But he also pointed out the concern that this is contrary to the most settled principles of law, that bail is a matter of right, and arrest should not be used as a means to sort of give punishment when you are at a pre-investigation stage. So just to sort of dwell upon the different aspects with respect to that. Moving on, bailable, non-bailable, I think again, it has been sort of touched upon. Bailable offense is one where a bail can be granted as a matter of right, whereas a non-bailable offense is where it is the discretion of the court. You have to apply to the magistrate and he decides whether bail can be granted or cannot be granted. And cognizable is when an offense for which an arrest can be there without a warrant, whereas a non-cognizable offense requires a warrant. Now, moving on, I'll straight away come to punishment section under 132. This table sums up broadly what the punishments in the under section 132 of the GST Act is. When the evasion is more than 5 crores, up to 5 years with fine, 2 to 5 crores, 3 years with fine, and 1 to 2 crores up to 1 year with fine. Now, the interesting question which comes up is, when an offense is alleged to be committed by a company, can a company be prosecuted under section 132? I ask a question, anyone would like to sort of hazard a guess there? Because a company cannot be put behind jail. So possible argument being this section requires imprisonment, mandatory imprisonment up to 5 years. There has to be some term. A company cannot be put behind the bars. So can a company be prosecuted? Yes, sir. Right. All right. All right. I take that view. Sir says that only the person or the director responsible or employee or anyone who was sort of directly involved in that tax evasion can only be prosecuted. It's what sir's view is. Anyone else has any sort of different view on that? Okay, so interestingly, here in the case of Standard Chartered Bank, the constitutional bench of the Supreme Court was posed with this question, and they answered by saying that even a company can be prosecuted in a section which says imprisonment with fine, while the company cannot be put behind bars. Certainly fine can be imposed on the company. The next question was, for any criminal offense, there is a requirement of mens rea. How do you say a company had mens rea to commit an offense? The court left this question open. This question was subsequently answered by Supreme Court in the case of Iridium, where they said the company's affairs are being run by certain personals. You look into the mens rea of those people and attribute that mens rea to the company. Interesting case law, I thought, to discuss in the context. It was something which is often missed. Now, so therefore, a director's intention or employee's intention who was sort of who's at a high up managerial position, who is the brains of the company, you look at his or her mens rea and attribute that to the company. This is Iridium. Now, subsequently, what happened in the context of 2G scam? All these companies, there were allegations against the company, various allegations under the Prevention of Corruption Act and several other offenses. The magistrate there said that passed an order rather saying that prosecution should be initiated against the director, Mr. Sunil Bharti Mittal of Bharti Airtel at the time. Because the company, once you say the company has done it, the directors of the company or the minds of the company can also be prosecuted based on the Iridium judgment, broadly. Now, this case again reached the Supreme Court in 2015. The Supreme Court in the case is named Sunil Bharti Mittal, was a CBI. 3-judge bench, Justice Sikri authored the judgment. He said that while prosecuting the company, you look at the mens rea of the persons in charge. But that's called the principle of alter ego, but that's a one-way stream. You don't attribute the fact that company did some offense, it is automatically attributed to the heads of the company. That cannot be done. Unless independently it is shown that that person was involved and knew about the offenses being committed, unless independently those evidence is available, basis the principle of alter ego, you don't prosecute the person concerned. 2015 Supreme Court judgment by the name Sunil Bharti Mittal. So these 3 judgments are sort of the landmark cases in the context of criminal law under economic offenses and the liability of companies. Moving forward, coming back to the nitty-gritties of the GST laws, the penalty provisions are contained from section 122 onwards. The penalty on equivalent amount of tax if you have evaded a tax fraudulently. There are concessions available if you pay the tax and interest and a percentage of the penalty at the initial stages, just after within 30 days of show cause, within passing of the order, etc. The concessions reduced depending on which stage the penalties and the matters are concluded. Now, the recommendations of the GST Council meeting in its 48th meeting, Mr. Jain touched upon this points where the threshold is proposed to be increased to 2 crores. The compounding amount, we have already covered that again, so I'll not sort of go into it. Another interesting development of law in a recent judgment of the Delhi High Court in Vallabhbhai Patel, if I'm not mistaken, a question was posed that the arrest provision is often used as a tool to extract tax, right? There was a circular issued by the board in May 2022 where they sort of laid down certain safeguards therein. What they did not take into account was one earlier recommendation of the Gujarat High Court, where they said that during search and seizure proceedings, even if the assessee wants to pay some amount voluntarily, that should be done 2 days after the officers have left. That ensures that there is no allegation that the amount was paid forcefully. The person has time to think, reflect, consult his advisors. But the board did not go on to clarify that aspect. The Delhi High Court in a recent judgment has given a direction of mandamus to the indirect tax authorities to issue a circular clarifying this position and ensuring that it is followed, that no coercive recovery is done for up to 2 days, even if a voluntary payment has to be done during a search and seizure proceedings. That should be done only after 2 days of officers having left and completed the search and seizure proceedings. This ensures a balance, that there is no sort of coercive recovery, and the arrest provisions also that way get safeguarded. And such an interpretation also protects Section 69 from a challenge to being from a constitutional challenge on the basis that the provision is being misused. Now, one of the things that we had discussed during one of the earlier seminars on arrest was the fact that under the arrest provisions in GST, even a tax evasion per se is mentioned, although in practice an interpretational issue where tax is sort of short paid because of a certain legal interpretation adopted by an SSE. Practically, arrest provisions have not been used in those cases. But perhaps this requires some more debate, that should that offense itself not be decriminalized, mere payment of short payment of tax or evasion of taxes is mentioned, unless it involves other ingredients, as has been mentioned in other provisions, such as issuing a fake invoice, fraudulent credit, fraudulent refunds, etc. So that is something perhaps which can be looked at in the context of decriminalization, and whether that provision itself, because that's potentially subject to misuse. With that, I come to the last aspect with respect to the recovery proceedings. Section 78 and 79 of the GST Act deal with the recovery proceedings. The principles laid down therein is that the amount determined to be payable under an order can be recovered only after 3 months. That's the timeline for filing the appeal. It can be initiated prior to 3 months as well, if it is considered necessary by the proper officer. Now, there were instances in the context of service tax where the department took a view that the recovery provision talks about tax due. The charging section is there. If in a situation where a tax has not been paid by the assessee, even if assessee believes that it was a non-taxable activity, but department believes that taxable activity, they straight away issued recovery notices. The question was, so can that be treated as a tax due? Seems like an obvious case, but there's a Bombay High Court judgment on it in the context of ICICI Bank, where they relied on 2 leading Supreme Court judgments. Harshad Shantilal Mehta of 1998, 5 SSC 1, where Supreme Court clarified that the phrase tax due cannot refer merely to a liability created by a charging section to pay the tax under the relevant law. It must refer to an ascertained liability for payment of taxes quantified in accordance with law. Right? So with that, I come to the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you very much. And I hope to take questions and answer later on or during lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. My request to Ms. Gitika Srivastava from Tattam Advisor. The topic will be provisional attachment of property or bank account, when, why, and recourse available, rights and responsibility of parties during such proceeding. Gitika ma'am, please.
Welcome to all of you. Very good afternoon to all the participants and the co-panelists. without taking much of your time, because I think we are heading towards the lunch and everybody would be feeling hungry. So I'll not take much of your time. I'll straight away come to the topic. Today we are going to discuss about the provisional attachment under GST. Now, if we see that, why is it not working? So if you see, what is this concept of provisional attachment and why this has been given to the tax authorities? We have been talking a lot about from the taxpayer's perspective. Let us also understand why certain provisions and certain powers have been given to the tax authorities or the tax officers. One of the powers, apart from what we have gone, we have seen, there are powers to search, investigate, arrest, etc. One of this power has been given with respect to provisional attachment. If we think without any bias, the concept is very clear. The officers or the tax makers, they want to protect the interest of the revenue. And of course, in those cases where there are chances that the person who's going to be adjudicated or against whom any demand is to be made, there could be situations that the recovery cannot be made or the person may not come up and pay the taxes. So if you see the term, the word that it suggests, it's a provisional attachment. It's a temporary attachment of your property. It could be your bank account, it could be your movable property, anything which the tax officers want to attach, just in order to protect the interest of the revenue. Nothing else. They don't want to make any benefit out of that property. Only to the extent, or maybe to the aspect that there is a demand that could be initiated against the taxpayers, and either the taxpayer won't pay it or will not be able to pay it for whatever reason, they do this kind of an attachment. Yes, we have been of late seeing that there are so many attachment orders, and we have seen a lot of judgments also coming to the effect, some in favor of assessee, some may not be in favor of assessee. So I'll not get into all those details. We'll just first of all see what are the basic fundamentals of this provision. Section 83 lays down the provision relating to provisional attachment. What it talks about is that whether after the initiation of any proceeding under chapter 12, 14, and 15. Just to highlight, 1 year ago, this law has been amended. Earlier, there were very specific 4, 5, 6 sections against which, if there is any proceeding which was pending, then only the provisional attachment provision could be invoked. But then this, what was happening is that there were various cases where the proceedings got completed, then also the properties were being attached, or there were situations where the methodologies were not adopted properly, and then also the properties were be attached, or the demand was not such high, is of such a quantum, but the entire bank account is being attached. So there were several cases, and the court started giving favorable judgments in the favor of assessee, saying that one, in case if the proceeding which was initiated and which was completed, it no more qualifies as pending proceeding. Then there were situations where, very restricted areas where this could be initiated, not in the case of a summon, like if anyone is going for a section 70 summon, they cannot attach the property. Of course, the tax authorities also had their point of view. They went up to the council. In the 40th council meeting, this was postponed, that the way the government, the High Court is giving the judgments, this is going to be detrimental for the tax officers, the tax authorities. In this case, there could be situation where, a particular proceeding has been completed and it doesn't remain pending. And if the next level of proceeding has not been initiated, we won't be having the powers to attach the property, and where the only interest is to protect the revenue for the government. That's where these changes were brought in. I will not get into each and every change, but the major change which was made was changed from the pendency of proceeding to initiation of proceeding. And the coverage was expanded for those limited 4, 5 sections to various sections falling under chapter 12, 14, and chapter 15. Giving wide powers to the tax authority, no more arguments left that, the proceeding has been completed. There was a case of Gujarat High Court where the search was completed, and therefore the court held that there is no pendency of proceeding. How can you even do the attachment? Now the word has changed from proceedings, from pendency to initiation. Doesn't talk about completion, non-completion. Once any proceeding has been initiated, wide powers given to the officers to attach the property. Then when can it be done? There should be the opinion of the commissioner. Of course, we'll just deliberate on this little bit further. Then protecting the interest. And if you see the fourth point, sorry, not the fourth, the fifth one, where earlier the provision was that only the property of the person who's being who's a taxable person against whom any demand has to be created, only that property could be attached. Now the powers have been extended to even attach property of some third persons specifically covered under 122(1)(a). We'll look into what will be the category of people who will fall under this particular section. So yes, the powers have been expanded. The restrictions which were laid down under the earlier provision and the judgments which were given by the high courts on the cases where the provisional attachment was being quashed. Now we'll have to be very careful to see that what all are the areas where this provisional attachment can now be done. A quick glimpse on the provisions falling under Chapter 12. All your assessment related provisions, self-assessments, starting from self-assessment till the summary assessment, best judgment, everything is there. Then all your inspection, search, and all these seizure sections, the arrest section, all this is being covered at any point of time. Earlier, let's say, like I mentioned, at the time of Section 17, there was no provision in the previous section, the unamended section, to do any provisional attachment of the property. Now, the government has given them this power that even in these cases, the provisional attachment can be done. And then the last part of it, then even in the case of demand and recovery. So from Chapter 12 till 15, in these section, wherever any kind of a proceeding is being initiated by the department, the government, the tax officers, they have the power to collect to attach the property of any taxpayer, and of course to protect the interest, so that they ensure that at any point of time, there is no loss of revenue to the government. The second aspect, which is very important and has always been dealt with by the courts at various instances, that such attachments or such steps should be taken by the officers only once the commissioner has made an opinion about it. It should not be based on by a word of mouth, or anyone who has just given a complaint against you and straight away commissioner going and attaching the property. These can be the leading evidences or leads basis which they can do their own internal inspections and their own internal research. But there has to be an opinion which should be formed by the commissioner, and this opinion has to be given in the file. It is not that he felt like that because there was something fishy and he attached the property. He needs to make that file. Yes, of course, these matters don't come up at very initial stages. They do come up when anyone is going and approaching the courts after challenging these proceedings. At that point of time, definitely the court will also ask that what was the basis of making this opinion. So at their level, the officers have to do all this work. And trust me, nowadays, even the tax authorities have got educated. They know their rights and duties. They know wherever they are going wrong. They also read the judgments. They also know. I cannot comment on a very small segment of people, but yes, they do their paperwork very well. You cannot go and say that you didn't do this, therefore it is. He said that you don't know. I have my copy. I will not show it to you. We'll come to that, whether this is allowed or not, whether the commissioner needs to show the opinion to the taxpayers or not. But yes, they are being educated. They are also learning day by day. So definitely, if something is coming up, there is some intelligence, there is some work that has gone behind it. And therefore, this has to be taken care of, that if the officers are doing all these activities, they have powers to do it. And we should also know that they don't exceed those powers. That is one thing which is very important at our level as well. Like I've already discussed, there are rulings which clearly say that the opinions should be not hearsay. They should be based on some concrete evidence. They should have done their internal working. It should not be like, someone has just complained, or just because they feel like, or they read some news material about some person and they start taking such actions. Officers also have to be answered. They are also answerable to their seniors, as well as, if the matter travels to the courts, they also have to give all the reasons why they took such a extreme step. Because a provisional attachment is not the only way of recovering the taxes. You can always, issue the notices. You can also do the adjudication. And if there is a wrong payment or a short payment, the taxpayer can pay. So these are supposed to be taken up as a very extreme steps. Yes, we have seen that why these powers have been given, because they want to protect the interest of the revenue, but only to the extent you are protecting the interest of the revenue. Like in one of the cases, the demand was of 2.4 crore, but the entire bank account was, attached. So the High Court, they held that why was the need to attach the entire bank account when your demand is only up to a particular level? Apply some mind, attach only to that account, to that amount for which you feel like that if the person doesn't pay, then we will use this money. So there are various instances where the courts have given judgments in the favor of officers also. They have given judgments in the favor of assessees also. This has to be seen on facts-to-fact basis. Wherever there is a situation that the person is evading tax and all, yes, of course, we don't expect any, liberty being given to such taxpayers. But anyone who is a bona fide taxpayer can always take the benefit of these situations. There are internal guidelines in 2021 which have been issued for the officers. Very unfortunate for us that there are various guidelines which keeps on, they are being issued at various instances for various provisions, but officers, they sometimes tend to bypass those guidelines and try to do something which is beyond the power of the law, unnecessary creating a situation for a taxpayer to go to the courts. But yes, this kind of a guideline has been given that they should not use this as a routine matter. This should be used sparingly, only in extreme cases where they feel that, the person will not be able to pay the taxes, or he'll abscond, or he'll not be able to, discharge his liabilities. Now, there is one portion which is always discussed, that whenever the commissioner is making any such opinion, whether an SSC has a right to know what was the basis of giving this opinion, because when a provisional attachment order is given, it is given on your portal and you are supposed to reply it towards it within 7 days. Otherwise, the property or the whatever bank, etc., can be attached. So recently, in the case of Gujarat High Court, in case of Originating Trading Private Limited, the courts held that unless until you tell them what is the reason basis which you have attached the property, how will be the taxpayer able to give a suitable reply? He doesn't know what is the basis. Because there could be a situation, there is a bona fide taxpayer and he doesn't know, some error would have happened. But unless until he knows that there is a particular situation or a reason because of which the property has been attached, he won't be able to give a suitable reply. So under this, in this case, the court have given the direction to the officers to provide the copy of the opinion or the reasons basis which this attachment order has been issued. But interesting to see whether all officers are going to follow it, because definitely the judgment is binding on the officer against whom this proceeding was taken. Whether this is going to be followed by all the officers, because this is nowhere hard coded in the law or in the guidelines. So let's see if these guidelines or some more instructions are given to the officer, that in case a taxpayer comes and asks you, I want to know the reason that why you have attached this property, you should provide a copy to it, because neither there is restriction under the law, nor there is any specific provision of providing such things mandatorily by the officers. These are very common cases. These are actually very, tricky or maybe critical cases where the officers or the tax authorities really want to have their hold on the taxpayers. Moving of goods without invoices, giving invoices without. So typically the fake invoices cases, they want to keep a control on these situations. Now, when we saw the provisions of Section 83, like I mentioned that earlier, this provision was applicable only with respect to the property of the person against whom the demand has to be made. So there were orders issued against third parties, and yes, the relief was given by various high courts that this law nowhere allows you to attach the property of any third person, any vendor or any business partner of this person against whom you have created demand. Now, very specifically, these 4 categories have been brought in to allow the officers to attach their property also. Again, the first 3 clearly talks about the fake supply cases. issuing invoices without supplying without invoices, giving ITC and distributing ITC without the provisions of the following the provisions of the law. So if anyone is party to these transactions, even if he is not the person against whom the demand or the recovery is to be made, this third person's property can also be attached. And this is the far-reaching power again that has been given to the authorities. Yes, of course, with all the good intentions to ensure that, the tax evaders, they don't run away, and the people who are abetting such crime should also be punished accordingly. Hence, this kind of a power has been given. So two major changes which we saw have happened over last 1 year. One, the powers have been provided in various other proceedings except for those specific situations. And secondly, this power can be exercised on third person also, even if that person is not the taxpayer against whom the demand or the recovery has to be made. To summarize, based on all the High Court judgments and all the guidelines and instructions that have been issued by the department, these are very drastic powers and have to be used by the officers sparingly, not as a routine matter. They should not be used as a tool to harass any taxpayer. If a taxpayer is ready to adjudicate a matter or is ready to take a show cause notice, then the officer should not straight away start attaching the property. In cases of revenue neutral situations, like, you RCM, you can pay and take the credit. It's a revenue neutral situation. There is no need to attach a property because the cash goes from one pocket and the credit is taken in the other pocket. So these are some summarizations of the various court rulings and the guidelines, instructions that have been given, that only and only in cases where there is a reasonable apprehension that the taxpayer will not pay, he will run away, or he will not be in a position to discharge his liability, it is only at that point of time the officers should use these powers and not as a routine matter. The procedure is very simple. This is an order which is issued by the commissioner and is given on the portal. There is a slight change which has happened in this particular provision also. Earlier, this order provisional attachment was given only to the people who were dealing with the property. Say, for example, the bank or the revenue authorities who are dealing with your immutable property, etc. Now, this order will also be communicated to the taxpayer. They will also get to know that there is a provisional attachment that is being happening against them. Consequences, we know we'll not be able to use the accounts and the books and the goods which are being seized and all. So, of course, we'll have to be very careful that in any such situation, we may be, the right steps have to be taken by the taxpayers. You need to provide your reply within 7 days time. If you don't get a favorable order, the only relief that is available with you is to go to the High Court, because there is no provision which allows you to go into appeal against the provisional attachment order. Now, moving on to the second segment, around the search proceedings. You must be wondering that we have already had one session of search proceeding. Why again the other session? In the previous sessions, what we have seen is what is given in the books, the code of law. Here we will try to touch upon, based on our experiences and our learnings, that what is it that is not there in the books of law. You all know that search proceeding has to be done by an authorized officer. But when someone comes, we barely, see that whether the person has an authorization letter or not. First thing that has to be seen, that you need to see. Of course, you need not be harsh with the tax officers, but you can always ask that I want to see the authorization letter based on which you are coming and doing the search proceeding. Because there have been instances when people have come without the correct powers and without having the correct authorization. So there and then you can be out of that situation. Also, it gives an idea to the tax officer that the taxpayers are learned people. I cannot just, arm twist them or, take an advantage of my position and try to suppress them. Second thing is, when they come with the name of the entity and the premise which is to be searched. Premises is fine, of course. When they are coming, no one will take a chance that they will have an address of a different premise and start searching a different premise. This much mind even we will apply and they will also apply. Where the twist happens is that in a particular premise, there are multiple legal entities which are operating, sister concerns, or maybe some third parties also operating. We have given an area space. They come with the order of the entire building. And in that building, we are having multiple floors. One sister concern is there, some third party is operating from there. So at that point of time, we forget to see that against whom the order has come. We just start, whatever they start asking, we start giving them every information, etc. Okay, they will ask you who all are operating from this premises, it's your own premises, rented premises, etc., etc. So you'll have to be very careful with it. Whenever they are coming with the order, search order, you should restrict your conversation with them only with respect to the entity which they are, they have come to search. They may get into some extra conversations to know, okay, only you are operating, someone else is also operating. You can also bypass those questions and say, yes, we have given it on rent and it's some third party, not our business. It's some third party business. Or even it's a sister concern. If you ask, we can avoid it. But of course, at one point of time, it becomes very pressing that if the officer starts saying, you can always say that this particular entity is not covered under the search order. So therefore, there is no requirement. However, if things get a little bit out of hand, you can just give very basic information. Not all details need to be given. Legally, that is also not allowed. But just to ensure that you don't get into a very ugly situation with these officers, we know when they come with all the airs in the mind that, we are the tax officers and we have come with the search proceedings and I'll take this much tax. So yes, to respect their job and also to work within the four corners of the law, we have to be careful. Reasons to believe and all this is we have seen. Many times people, they ask us whether, there are CCTV cameras, can they, are they allowed to switch it off and all. Normally, they are not supposed to do this, but if they do it, then you can get a sense of it that they are coming with what mindset they are coming in, and then you need to be a little docile with them and how you have to deal with them. Getting aggressive with these officers can land you in a troublesome situation. All the information that they ask, please provide them. Don't try to hide information. Don't try to give wrong information. Anything that they collect from over here will form part of their notices or the proceedings that they're going to initiate against you. You don't know anything, keep silent. We have seen in the earlier sessions that we have, right to be silent. If you don't know, say that I don't know. I'm not the right person, or the right person is not available, or whatever be the answer. Don't give wrong answers. Sometimes people under the stress, they tend to give wrong answer, or just to avoid a subsequent question, they give an answer and then it culminates into a different level of inquiry which goes. So don't tell anything which is not factually correct. Like in the morning, Vivek sir was also saying that, even the consultants come with the wrong facts. Even we vouch and we, always say that always be correct on your facts. Let the law decide, let the provision of law decide whether the factual situation is in your favor or not. Don't twist the fact. This will always land you in trouble. Constant threat of arrest is there. Agreed, totally agreed, because they have come for some recovery and they are like, abhi to main aaya hu to kuch to leke jaunga. This is how the officers come, even in the audits, forget about the search proceedings. So therefore, this is something which you should not get, scared of. If there is an arrest provision which is being, they are trying to threat you for the arrest and all, you can always say that we are here to cooperate with you. There is no reason for, invoking these arrest provision. Give them the information and then you say that, sir, whatever proceedings you want to do, you do it. You want to issue a show cause notice, we'll be ready to adjudicate. Wherever there is a, any error that has happened at the company's end, we are bona fide taxpayers. Clerical errors are bound to happen. Sometimes there are miss of some situations or issues which we have not, taken cognizance of, and we have missed on tax. You are ready to pay, you pay. You are not ready to pay. Arrest cannot be the arm twister for asking you to pay the taxes. So this is some right which the taxpayer should know that they get little fidgety about. Forget about the search proceedings. Recently, I was handling a matter of a GST audit. There we went for a client's place. It was an interpretation issue about the export of service, whether it will qualify as an intermediate or not. The client has taken opinion from big law firms, big fours. Then also the officer is kind of threatening them, asking us as a consultant to stay out and trying to manipulate the client. Madam, ये लोग तो आपको बोलेंगे कि ताकि इनका litigation आता रहेगा, तो आप इनकी बातों में मत आओ. आपको पता है ना, arrest का provision है, 5 crore से ऊपर का penalty है, we can arrest you. The client came out and they said they are saying that all these things. I said, this is only a way to, manipulate you, just to threat you that you pay up the taxes. Next time, whenever you're going in, say that this is a call that the company has taken. Consultant has nothing to do it. Consultant is only here to help us. And we are also, whenever we are going, we are only talking in terms of law. We will never ask a taxpayer or a assessee to get in a situation where we clearly know it's a weak case for them. They have taken opinions. It's a position that the company has taken. Where is the provision of initiating any arrest or any malified intention? So these are things where, of course, if someone has done anything wrong, we won't vouch for that. But anyone who has such issues, interpretation issues are there, some errors are there. So this cannot be a reason for, arresting any person. And the last one, whenever you have, they have done the search and all, try to obtain the copy of Panchnama. We have seen practically they don't give it, but if possible, maybe directly, indirectly, try and get the copy of Panchnama so that you would get to know that what all has been recorded and what all has been seized during the search procedure. Any statements made by mistake during the summon or during the, the heat of the discussion, you have the right to retract those statements. This is a fundamental right that you can always go back and write an email or a letter to the officer saying that so and so statement should be read like this. Yes, I know some of you might be having doubt that kisko yaad rehta hai yaar us time pe kya bola. That's why we are having this session, that whenever you fall in this situation, keep in mind whatever is being, asked for, whatever you are writing, whatever answers you are giving. Even if they don't give you the copy of Panchnama or your statement, immediately go back and have a note of what all was asked and what all has been answered for. So that you know that, okay, this was something which inadvertently I made a wrong statement, or I should not have said it like this, I should have said it like this. Go back, write an email, write a letter to the officers and put it on record that this was something which mistakenly I said this, but this is how it should be read. Summons and all, sometimes we have seen they say that, they immediately ask you in the wee hours that come and give the statement. People would say that you have not given me the summon. Officers are very smart. They immediately issue you the summon. So don't get into that situation. But yes, you ask that, you give us the summon, we'll come. And if you look into the summon proceedings, procedures and the instructions and guidelines, summons again, they have to be issued and the taxpayers have to be called during the business hours. They have the right to, ask the time to attend. If there are any medical reasons, they can always say that I cannot come at this point of time, I'll come at some point of time. But yes, these are certain things which, at ground level are very different from what is being instructed to the officers. And like lastly, I said, state the truth and nothing else. You will always be in a beneficial position if you give the correct facts. And wherever there is any error has happened, better to pay and discharge your liabilities unless until you have a legal reason for, taking such a stand. Thank you so much. I think we'll take the question answer session at the end.
Thank you, Geetika madam. Now only two presentations are left. I'm calling to Pramod Kumar Rai sir from Athena Law House. He is present in presentation on whether any proceeding can be initiated by CGST authority when the same is comprised already by CGST authority, vice versa. In past, Mr. Rai has worked as an IRS officer as well as a senior standing counsel from CBSE Delhi High Court. He is earlier an IRS officer.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, audience and my panelists. I will not take much time, but before I dwell upon the topic, let me tell a small story. We keep on hearing such summon investigation. These are all inspired by a story written by Harisankar Parsai. In that story, he says कि चांद पर एक सभ्यता है और वहाँ की पुलिस एक्टिव नहीं है, तो उनको ट्रेन करने के लिए इंडिया के इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम से एक इंस्पेक्टर डेपुटेशन पे जाता है. स्टोरी में उसका नाम माता दिन है. एंड ही सेज कि इधर आपके पुलिस लाइन में हनुमान जी की मूर्ति नहीं दिख रही है. तो बोले वो कौन है, उनको तो हम जानते नहीं. बोले नहीं, ही इज ग्रेटेस्ट इन्वेस्टिगेटर ऑफ ऑल टाइम. भारत का जो कानून है वो किसी भी इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी को फैसला सुनाने का हक नहीं देता है. बोलते हैं काम कोर्ट करेगी, लेकिन हम ये सब मानते नहीं है बिकॉज वी ऑल वर्क ऑन द इंस्पिरेशन फ्रॉम हनुमान जी. वो गए थे लंका में एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, IPC 363 किडनैपिंग का केस था. तो उधर इन्वेस्टिगेट किया और उधर ही किडनैपर की प्रॉपर्टी में आग लगाकर अपने जजमेंट को इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया और खाना पूर्ति के लिए थोड़ा मोड़ा छोड़ दिया कि लॉर्ड राम आएंगे तो अपने हिसाब से जो पनिशमेंट देना होगा देंगे. So investigation in India by all agencies, be it GST, be it ED, the investigation itself is a punishment. Law अपनी जगह पे है, जैसे law says a statement has to be voluntary, but we know how statements are recorded and how much voluntary they are. और सत्य वो नहीं है जो होता है, सत्य वो है जो आप साबित कर सकते हैं, जो कागज बोलता है. So with same statement when we fight in court, they say नहीं लिखा हुआ है नीचे voluntary है तो voluntary है, so they are treated as voluntary. So be careful with the statements. Okay. Or yes, when you face any investigation, we also advise. Again, चाणक्य का एक श्लोक है, सत्यम वदेत, इसे सच बोलो, झूठ मत बोलो. सत्यम वदेत, प्रियम वदेत, प्रिय बोलो. अप्रिय सत्यम न वदेत. सच बोलने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि जो भी सच मालूम है जाके वोमिटिंग कर देनी है, सब बता देना. It has to be a controlled disclosure. But yes, do not speak lie, because if you disclose something which is not fact, then you may end up in trouble. And we keep on referring so many judgments also. There are some very good decisions, like for search, for arrest, there's a reason to believe. Very good decisions. And the reason to believe should be based on historical facts. You can't say कि मुझे सपना आ रहा है, I have reason to believe कि आगे ये होने वाला है. No. When you are ordering search, when you are ordering arrest, at that point of time, there has to be some reason to believe. So there are many golden decisions, but again, they are not followed in each and every case. जो दो चार अच्छे जजमेंट आ जाते हैं, हम उसको रटते रहते हैं, सिलेबस में आ जाता है, but majority of the decisions are not like that. और प्रॉब्लम यही है, जैसे ईडी का समन आता है, तो समन जो है होता है ना, हॉर्स और कार्ट बिफोर, तो क्या आता है, अपना आधार कार्ड ओरिजिनल लेके आ जाओ, पैन कार्ड लेके आ जाओ, अपना बैंक अकाउंट का डिटेल लेके आ जाओ, मम्मी के बैंक अकाउंट का डिटेल लेके आ जाओ, बच्चों के बैंक अकाउंट का डिटेल लेके आ जाओ, जिस कंपनी में डायरेक्टर हो, शेयर होल्डर हो, ठीक है. As if before investigation is completed, property is going to be attached. अरे पहले इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो करो, अटैचमेंट तो बात की बात है. And when you see that summon, you are frightened. GST summon लास्ट में, this is a judicial proceeding etc. punishable under IPC, वो सारा डराने वाला पूरा काम रहता है. And officers, the main problem, when an illegal investigation is done, an illegal arrest is done, an illegal show cause notice is issued, जो आदमी उसको कंटेस्ट करता है, बहुत सारा आप कंटेस्ट करेंगे तो कोर्ट बहुत खुश होगा तो सेट असाइड कर देगा. 2 साल 4 साल आपने वही प्रोसेस में, प्रोसेस इज द पनिशमेंट झेल लिया, उसके बाद उसको सेट असाइड कर दिया, आपको रिलीफ मिल गया. Does court change the behavior of the investigating team? The answer is no. तो अगले वैसे ही सिचुएशन में हम आप रहते हैं, बोलते हैं ठीक है, आपके केस में भी एक इलीगल एक्शन ले लेते हैं, आप 2-3 साल लड़िएगा, फिर इसको सेट असाइड करा लीजिएगा. So that behavior is not getting changed, and as a result of which lot of illegal investigations are being carried on. जैसे किसी ने बोला कि can they switch off the camera, CCTV, वहाँ एक पंचनामा होती है. So whatever they do, that has to be recorded in पंचनामा. हमको ये भी क्वेश्चन नहीं करना है कि आपके पावर में है कि नहीं है, ठीक है, आप जो कर रहे हो सब सही कर रहे हो. आप पंचनामा में ये भी लिखते हो कि ऑफिसर्स ऑफर्ड देयर सर्च which was politely declined by the SSC. जब इतना माइन्यूट डिटेल लिखते हो, ये भी लिख दो, we entered and we switch off CCTV. They never write that. They never write that. Since they do not write, that means that is an illegal action. Now proceeding to my topic. So, whether any proceedings can be initiated by CGST authority when the same is completed by SGST authority or vice versa. Simple answer is no. एक ही चीज तो दो बार नहीं होगी. And what is the law and what is the cross empowerment provisions? First, we'll quickly go through the legal provisions. See, under CGST, there is appointment of officers of central tax, and they have been given power to implement central tax. Similarly, in SGST, there is appointment of state tax officers, and they have been given power to implement state tax. When this GST came, this is an excellent example of cooperative federalism. Center also wanted to retain its power of fiscal powers, and the state also wanted to retain its fiscal powers. So we have given a concurrent jurisdiction to tax, same supply. Both of them also wanted to retain their tax department and power to transfer them and power to enter the premises of the SSC. Because if we create one department, one tax department, so center state ka jhamela khatam tha. But then one department means under only central government. So a state team, which is a different political dispensation, will not have power to enter into SSC premises and power related to transfer, etc. So we have a dual system. So if you have to file a separate return for CGST with center, a separate return for SGST with a state, things will complicate. So that part has been simplified. How? So in CGST Act, they have also authorized state officers to do everything what can be done by central officers. Similarly, in a state GST, each of the state GST, power has been given to central tax officers. So therefore, जैसे board लगाते हैं ना, Commissioner of Central GST, Central Goods and Services Tax Act. Actually, वो body गलत है, क्योंकि every officer is dealing with all taxes. Whether you are a central tax officer or a state tax officer, you are dealing with all taxes. So you can't say I'm not an officer of SGST. Whenever some investigation is being conducted, they are seeking recovery of all taxes, each one of them. So what government has done, administratively, they have divided SSCs in two groups. One group is with center, one group is with the state. All the regular assessment, etc., return, refund, etc., that is with respective administrative unit. Now the question was, should we say that search, seizure, inspection, intelligence-based action, that should also be with the respective administrative units? If SSC is given to a state, only a state can do. The apprehension was that there may be connivance. If somebody connives with a state and nobody else can enter the premises, then a lot of evasion will take place. So when it comes to intelligence-based action, both are empowered to initiate investigation and both are empowered to enter into the premises. Not only that, the officer posted in as administrative unit, they have a geographical jurisdiction. Like CGST authority as Vikaji Kama doesn't have jurisdiction all over Delhi or in other state, etc. But the officers posted in intelligence wing, DGGI, even though somebody is posted at Allahabad, but he has been given all India jurisdiction. So if they have got intelligence, they can investigate everywhere. So this is the law part. Now the practical part. There is an SSC. There is an SSC. He is being investigated by so many agencies. A state agency, central agency. Within the central agency itself, DGGI Raurkela, and DGGI Cochin, and DGGI Delhi. So all three are of central agencies, but they are at three different places and they are all seeking information. So what is to be done, and is there a remedy under the law? So Section 6, which gives cross authorization, without prejudice to the provisions of the Act, officers appointed under the State Goods and Services Tax Act or the Union Territory, etc., are authorized to be the proper officer for the purposes of this Act. So this is a cross authorization in CGST. There is a similar provision in SGST. The part 2 of this, which is of a special interest, where proper officer under the State Goods and Services Tax Act or the Union Territory Goods and Services Tax Act initiates any proceedings on a subject matter, no proceedings shall be initiated by the proper officer under this Act on the same subject matter. So what is given in the law, a statute, it is vis-a-vis a state and center. It is not vis-a-vis one office of center versus another office of center. This is a state versus center. Then they say any proceedings. The second qualifier is on a subject matter. So if any proceeding is initiated by, let us say, a state officer on a subject matter, then same subject matter cannot be opened by central authorities. Now, what is law? Law is not what is written in the statute, but it is what is written in the statute as interpreted by courts of law. So how courts are interpreting this provision? And since we do not have tribunal today, so whatever dispute is going, it is going to High Court under its writ jurisdiction. And this writ is also a very interesting jurisdiction. You move with any petition, court never says we have no jurisdiction to deal with the matter. They say we have jurisdiction, but this is a discretionary jurisdiction. We refuse to invoke our jurisdiction in this case. So those are the issues. So initially, practically what is happening, when different central agencies are investigating, and we write to them, okay, this matter is being investigated by X, so you do not investigate. If they agree that yes, both investigations are emanating from same subject matter, they transfer. That is happening. But they, many times, most of the time, they take a stand, you know, what we are investigating is a different subject matter. What should be the basis of saying that it is same subject matter or different subject matter? That is not delineated by the CBIC through circular, etc. And it is not delineated by courts also. What should be the basis? Because otherwise, every summon, they say, come with your records starting from beginning, 1/7/2017. So everybody is seeking records of 5 years. So that way, should we treat it as same subject matter? The case title name is different. So once the case title name is different, they say it is a different subject matter. On what basis we say this is an intelligence-based action? There is no guideline as such. If you receive summon, etc., from DGGI, because that agency is called intelligence-based agency, so it is treated to be an intelligence-based action. Similarly, a state has also got their investigation wing, etc. So now, in many cases, when the premises were searched by multiple agencies, summons were issued by multiple agencies, in first round of litigation, At times, courts have intervened and they say, let it be investigated by one agency. But of late, especially Madras High Court, now they have distinguished. They say issuance of summon is not initiation of proceeding. So what is protected is proceeding. So they say कि summon, search is not a proceeding. They are saying proceeding starts with issuance of so-cause notice. So so-cause notice adjudication is proceeding, section 73, 74. Prior to that is not a proceeding. So if it is not a proceeding, you are not protected by section 6.2. And even in absence of this provision, tax cannot be demanded by two different agencies with respect to same transaction. Or even within the same central setup, two different agencies of the central government, they cannot demand tax with respect to same transaction twice. So, but the way courts are interpreting, they say no. Proceeding starts with issuance of so-cause notice. The same cross empowerment, which is in CGST and SGST, has been incorporated in IGST also and GST compensation cess also. So the term intelligence-based enforcement action has not been defined anywhere. And it is more dependent on as to who is initiating the proceedings. So if it is initiated by DGGI, it is an intelligence-based action. If same set of facts, similar questions are being raised by administrative units, range offices, division, then it is not treated as an intelligence-based action. So they have issued a circular that central tax and state tax authority, whoever initiates an intelligence-based action is empowered to complete the process of proceedings, including issuance of so-cause notice, adjudication, recovery, filing of appeal, etc. So basically, if so-cause notice is issued by, let us say, center, then adjudication will also be done by center and all other proceedings will be completed by center with respect to all the taxes, be it CGST, be it SGST, be it IGST or GST compensation cess. And there is no need to transfer the file from one agency to another agency. This is the Madras High Court decision, which is a recent decision. So they say the word proceedings used in section 6.2b is qualified by the word subject matter, which indicates an adjudication process proceedings on the same cause of action and for the same dispute, which may be proceedings relating to assessment, audit, demands and recovery, and offenses and penalty, etc. These proceedings are subject to inquiry under section 70 of the Act. So they say inquiry is a precursor to proceeding. But inquiry and proceedings both are not one and the same thing. These proceedings are subject to inquiry under section 70 of the Act. The words in any inquiry used in section 70 of the Act is referable to provisions of chapter 14. That is section 67, 68, 69, and 71, etc. So all these actions under chapter 14, they say this is not part of the proceeding. So what is protected is proceeding, which is clarified in para 12. After inquiry is completed, then it may lead to demands and recovery under section 73 or section 74, as the case may be. when action for assessment, demand and penalty, etc., including action under section 73, 74 is taken, that shall amount to proceeding referable to section 62B. So as per this judgment, mere issuance of summon, search by different agencies is not protected by section 62B. So on these lines, the decisions has been given, and in earlier litigations, when there were summons by different agencies, etc., courts have given relief. Even today, because in most of the cases, court puts a rider that every case has to be decided based on its own facts. So what they say, they do not say that this has got universal application. So in a particular case, if court feels that assessee is being harassed by multiple agencies, then yes, relief can be given, and powers of writ court is very large. They can go beyond a statute also. They are not bound by a specific provision of the statute, and they may give direction that let the matter be investigated by one agency, but by citing the legal provisions, you cannot corner them that this must be done, because they say inquiry is different and proceeding is different. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the last presentation by Sudipto Bhattacharya from Kaitan and Company. Please, Sudipto sir. He is presenting on the decriminalization of the offences and the customs central excise, where the trial and CGST proceeding can separately, compounding of offences of GST, prosecution provisional proceeding under section 73, 74 of CGST Act. GST.
Sudipta, before you start, you're the last one in the row. And don't feel we all are hungry. We are hungry for knowledge. And whatever Pramod Bhai has said, inquiry and proceedings are two different things. लगता ही नहीं है मेरी बात लगने वाली है जगह पे. One thing which I want to ask from you, and you can deliberate on that point, which is burning as on date. There's a provision 132 which talks about non-bailable offense, power to arrest 69. And we are finding a lot many judgment going here and there, like P.B. Ramana Reddy from Telangana High Court. Even before adjudication, arrest can be made. My point which is coming out, which is important, and trade is also asking, you may deliberate on that point, whether without issuance of so-called notice, without issuance of DRC 01A, so nothing is being crystallized in GST law. Can a person who is accused be kept under bar?
I'll address that. That's one of my slides. But very quickly before that, we have spoken a lot about decriminalization, and I'm just trying to draw one point from one of the things Mr. Agarwal mentioned today. I'm a little intrigued by that, and he has made that statement earlier in the context of decriminalization under customs, and where he said that issues or aspects which are covered already under IPC, we are trying to remove from the Customs Act, etc., because there should not be duplication. That seems to me an erroneous premise, because under law, there is a proposition, and it's a very well settled sort of proposition in the context of criminal liability, that if there is a specific legislation which occupies a particular field, and that specific legislation is silent about a criminal liability, by using a general law like Indian Penal Code, you cannot create a criminal liability. So just to give an example, if Customs Act no longer criminalizes forgery, you can't use IPC to say that for tampering of evidence, etc., I will invoke that. So I don't know what is the premise he was coming from, because this is a very settled proposition of law. And if the decriminalization happens, IPC is not, in my understanding of the law, going to help revenue invoke. There are many FIRs which have been quashed. Of course, we all know process is the punishment. Pramodji highlighted that there is no stopping people from trying illegal activities. But in terms of position of law, I just wanted to make that point very, very clearly, that if it is removed from customs, you can't invoke IPC to say that now I will punish it under IPC, because then that defeats the purpose of decriminalization. You can't say I'm removing from X and putting under Y. That's not decriminalization. So that is one point, and I will come to the point Vimalji asked me to address. See, under GST, we have two sets of proceedings. One is under the section 73, 74 for tax, interest, and various penalties that are there in 122, 123, so on and so forth. And then you have the prosecution provisions, which is the relevant sections are 69 and 132. If you look at 132, it's like the repository of all prosecution related, where all imprisonment can happen. You have a long list of provisions, some of which will get decriminalized, etc. 69 picks 4 out of these, right? 4 out of these, which are provision of supply without invoice, raising of invoice without supply, fraudulently taking credit, collecting amount as tax and not depositing within 3 months to the revenue or to the department, to the exchequer. These are the 4 things that have been picked up, and subject to monetary thresholds under 69, arrest can be done. 69 is very, very clear that you don't need to, or at least there is no specific reference to adjudication, SCN, any of those things. So for these 4, I think at least the structure or the design of the law is very clear that there is no legal bar. And which is what, in all investigations we see, that is the provision that all the officers try to rely upon to threaten people, saying that I don't need to complete adjudication, I can arrest you tonight, because the only bar is reason to believe. And while you have hundreds of pages of Supreme Court judgments as to what reason to believe should be, we all know how it is interpreted on ground. Reason to believe can be because I feel like it. It's is basically like that. So we don't have a protection under 69. But is the answer different for other offenses that are mentioned under 132? But before we get to that, couple of precedents. I mean, this is an issue that has been, like Vimalji was alluding to, has vexed our courts. We have 2 high courts. I mean, we have Punjab and Haryana. We have, I think, Madras, which said that without adjudication, how can you do this? And see, they are looking at their process of reasoning is based on a reading of 132. They are saying that look at the various offenses under 132. How can I determine someone has fraudulently availed credit unless I finish my adjudication? How can I determine any of these things unless I finish my assessment and adjudication, which is a logical point. But on the other hand, we have PV Ramana Reddy and a couple of others from Gujarat, I think one from Bombay, where they said that where is the legal bar? Where in 69 or 132 does it say that only after you have done this can you sort of, can you arrest, can you do the prosecution? And in a manner of speaking, both may seem to be right. I mean, just 2 sort of approaches, and one can say this is like a back calculation. I mean, you have reached a conclusion, now you're trying to justify by using a particular line of reasoning. And Supreme Court took cognizance of this. While Supreme Court, the SLPs that were filed against PV Ramana Reddy got dismissed, Supreme Court took cognizance of the fact that there are contrary rulings. They set up a larger bench in the case of Sapna Jain. Interestingly, what happened is, I mean, this is one of the sort of peculiarities of litigation. Many of you know that or would have read about the judgment that came out of, infamous judgment now, about the power of arrest of the Enforcement Directorate of the ED. Justice Khanvilkar's judgment, it was roundly criticized everywhere. Originally, Sapna Jain was tagged with that judgment. We also argued for a while in that, then it got detagged. So effectively, nothing has happened to Sapna Jain. This issue remains sub judice before the Supreme Court in terms of the GST power. If I had to predict as to what can happen, there are 2 judgments of the past that one can rely upon. One is the famous Make My Trip judgment, which was in the context of service tax. This was a Delhi High Court judgment, which was upheld by the Supreme Court. If you see the provision in Make My Trip, which is section 91, I have excerpted on the slide, it's more or less pari materia with what we have under 69. And in that case, Delhi High Court came down very heavily against the department, saying that, if you arrest someone before adjudication, it's like putting the cart before the horse. But must remember that the Delhi High Court also did not say that you cannot legally do this in an absolute term. They couched it in a manner of should, not must. They said you should not do this, but law does not stop you from doing this. And they laid down certain guidelines, they laid down certain parameters subject to which you could do this. So of course it's an exception, not an ideal situation, but it's not an absolute bar is what Delhi High Court said. And if we go back a little, this is a case of Radhesham Kejriwal. This was not in the context of tax, but in the context of FEMA. But the question came up there as well, adjudication versus prosecution. Supreme Court was very clear that these are independent things, and while not desirable, but there is no legal bar. So I don't have a very high hope that Sapna Jain will suddenly come and say that, you cannot absolutely do this. I think Sapna Jain is going to lay down procedural safeguards, if at all, whenever it comes up. But procedural safeguards that can come up, I believe, are already now there in the form of instruction number 4, which came out in September of last year in the context of prosecution. Very detailed, very nice, lovely guidelines have been laid down, some of which I have put up on the slide. Basically, what they say is that, prosecution is a high threshold thing. Only when you have evidence should you launch. Just because adjudication has led to a particular conclusion does not necessarily mean that you can go for prosecution. On interpretative issues, there can be no prosecution, or there should be no prosecution, etc., etc. And they highlight that last point on the slide. If you see, ideally, decision on prosecution proceedings should be done once the adjudication. Again, the word ideally would be of importance, because no cases are ideal cases as per revenue authorities when they're investigating. So I think if we are talking about, do we have, just to answer in very brief, Bimalji, the question that you raised at the outset, there is no absolute bar. They can arrest without finishing adjudication proceedings. However, law expects the revenue authorities or investigating agencies to not do that. In an ideal scenario, adjudication should precede prosecution. But the moment you have this discretion, we know that it will be subject to misuse, which brings me to my most favorite topic of all. And I say this in every forum, which is, sir, Pramod, you talked about behavioral change. How does behavioral change happen? Not by decriminalization, not by any of these judicial interpretations. You have to fix accountability. That is the thode krantikari khayal hai, but there is no other way. And it cannot happen by a random high court occasionally imposing a 10,000 rupee cost. No, that's not going to work. It has to be a very clear coded thing in the departmental guidelines. There has to be. And we don't need to catch every wrongdoer. We need to make example of 4 or 5. And then the message will go, because otherwise there is not going to be behavioral change. All you see is high courts after high court lamenting that we keep saying natural justice, but no one understands natural justice. You do training. You think an officer who has cleared competitive exam does not understand natural justice. Is that possible? He knows he will get away. But that's why it is happening. So we have to ensure that there are consequences to that. GST law protects people, officers, from prosecution when an act is done in the course of his or her official duties in good faith. In 90% of the scenarios, good faith test will not be met. And pick up 1% of them and ensure accountability. Ensure there is I'm not saying send them to jail or anything. Hefty penalties and publicize those. Only then behavioral change can happen. Otherwise, even in the provisional attachment guidelines that came out in 21, the same language is there, that for interpretative issues, there should be no provisional attachment. We all know what is the ground reality. All of us are fighting cases of interpretative issues where provisional attachment has happened. So maybe prosecution, the threshold is a little higher, so they will sort of, hopefully be a little more hesitant. But I don't put too much hope in some of this. I'll tell you where, as a lawyer, I use this. I use this when I have to go to High Court and say that, boss, they are not following their own guidelines. That's the limited usage, and which helps me get a quicker remedy from a High Court. And I'll just give you an anecdote. All of you are familiar with the circular or the instruction which came in, which said that you cannot collect tax in the course of an investigation or a search and seizure proceeding. Very well laid down sort of guideline. Very recently, this is in Gurgaon, and as my luck would have it, the same officer who, when he was in TRU, he wrote the instruction, his name is there. He is now part of the investigating team, and he was asking the client to pay up. I showed that. I was like, sir, मतलब आँखों की शर्म भी कोई चीज होती है. You have an instruction. Achha, then he, you know what he did? It was incidentally a Chinese company, a large Chinese company, not one of those fly-by-night operators. He said, आपको राष्ट्रहित के बारे में सोचना चाहिए. आप क्यों देशद्रोही वाली काम कर रहे हैं? मैंने कहा, तो you ban Chinese companies, you pass a law saying that no Chinese company will be allowed to do business in India. But if you are allowing, and the MD, the entire management is Indian. So I'm not even getting into China versus India, that sort of debate. But if the law allows them, then the protection of law also has to be extended to them. When I show you instruction that you can't recover, you can't say that you are being, a deshdrohi. So the point I'm making is that these instructions have limited usage. Very, very useful when you approach the High Court in getting immediate relief, immediate interim orders. But in terms of pushing back, I mean, in the same instance, I'll tell you what is the benefit that I derived in this investigation. They were asking for 100 crores. We settled at 30 crores. So you can say 70 crore ka fayda hua, if that's a positive spin you want to give it. But that's the practicality of where we stand. Of course, we will get back that amount. We'll go to High Court. We'll get it back with interest, etc. But that's a 2.5, 3-year process when it will happen. So, I mean, without being too negative about it, I think let's be realistic. These are all very useful strategic documents that we have, which we need to use, to push back during investigation. Maybe there are officers who will sort of get pushed back given that's their own instruction, or immediately move High Court and get relief. Because at a High Court level, these are very, very effective tools of argument that one can use. I think one last point, and then we can move for lunch. Compounding of offenses. I think Karan touched upon it briefly, and Mr. Agarwal himself said, I think last week in some press conference, that there has been 0 compounding cases so far, 0 in 5.5 years of GST. And the reason for that is, if you keep such a high threshold, who is going to go for compounding? I mean, I do a lot of work on the state excise side, which is basically the law governing alcohol industries. And compounding is one of the most frequently used provisions in state excise laws, because it works. Because the thresholds are practical, you can do a compounding and finish the matter instead of prolonging it in terms of litigation. So one hopes that now the compounding guidelines, I mean the thresholds have been made realistic. One hopes that because see, the benefit of compounding is a lot. If you have genuinely made a mistake, you can pay up and close the matter and move on with a clean slate. So I hope this encourages. One last point on compounding, not a intended outcome, but one of the things that we always argue in GST related bail matters or anticipatory bail matters is, if GST law allows for compounding, why do you have custodial interrogation? Why do you want to arrest someone? Because compounding provision is anyway there. Tomorrow, and this is predominantly for section 69 arrests, that if you're doing a preemptive arrest, but tomorrow I may decide to compound and pay up and finish the matter. How do you know that I will not do that, and on that basis give bail? Some high courts agree, some high courts have not agreed. But as compounding sort of becomes a more prominent option, more used option, I think this will be an argument that will be used more and more in bail petitions. Of course, like department can keep trying doing illegal things and hope that maybe the outcome will be different, we can also keep trying multiple legal arguments. Maybe on that day, a particular sessions judge or a high court will agree with this particular argument. So with that, I think I'll close the session, not take too much time.
Thank you, Sudipta. We will definitely take 2-3 questions. Are you not hungry, first of all? Say yes. No. 10. अच्छा, भूख लगी है. 10 minutes और wait कर लें. ठीक है. One thing, Sudipta, why I pose this question to all of you, पहले आप समझ लीजिए gravity क्या है. See, if any inspection and search initiated, it is initiated for violation of GST provision. So GST provision, we got section 69, which talk about power to arrest. Section 132, independent prosecution provision. See, what happened in case of non-bailable offense, वो आपको उठाता है, लेके जाता है, magistrate के पास जाते हैं, 99.99% you are remanded. And trial is continuing. Trial is continuing at one page. And on other side, GST department is not issuing even DRC 01A, pre-consultation so-called notice. Question comes, if this trial is being given independent power under section 132 for the prosecution, read with section 69 power to arrest, then what happened? GST में अभी तक decide ही नहीं हुआ कि आपने चोरी की है या नहीं की है, और ये आपको अंदर कर देगा. हाँ.
In 5.5 years of GST, how many convictions did anyone? One.
No, you're fortunate enough. You're saying this word, but the sphere has started. You said compounding. Not a single person has gone for compounding. अरे क्यों नहीं गया है? पहले पता तो करो इस बंदे. First of all, you have put the range of 50% to 150%. टैक्स 100 रुपया है, लेकिन देना कितना है? बॉस कपिल भाई, अभी ले लेंगे फोटो, डालना है फेसबुक पे, कोई इशू नहीं, थोड़ा सा मौका दे दो. तो कई बार ऐसे सेमिनार में और वेबिनार में सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम क्या आती है मालूम है? पहले फोटो ले. सर ये जो लर्नेड बंदे बैठे हैं ना, अपना इंपॉर्टेंट टाइम निकाल के आए हैं, और जो हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं ना, ये मेरा केस नहीं है, ये हम सबका है. तो हमें समझना है where the pain point. In the morning when Vivek ji was there for compounding, I said, look at section 138 which talks about compounding. Of course, they have said range now going to be reduced from 50% to 150%. They are reducing 25 to 100%. But one specific provision, only compounding means you are getting relief under GST law, not under any other law for the time being enforced. तो अब क्या हुआ? आपने एक ऑफेंस, पहले तो आपने इकोनॉमिक ऑफेंस को क्रिमिनल ऑफेंस बनाया क्यों? 132 में आपने इसको क्रिमिनल बना के चल अंदर. सब इसी बात पे डरा रहे हैं. अब आप बोलते हो कंपाउंडिंग जीएसटी में ले लिया तो ले लिया, लेकिन मैं सीआरपीसी, इंडियन पैनल कोड सब में तुझे अंदर रखूंगा. तो मुझे तो समझ में नहीं आता कौन कंपाउंडिंग लेने के लिए आएगा. अब आप समझने की कोशिश कीजिए. आई एम विद विवेक सर, नो प्रॉब्लम, नो मेरे अंदर कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि उन्हें ऐसा. आप सुनने के लिए आते हैं लेकिन सुनना नहीं चाहते. आप सुनने के लिए आते हैं और सुनना नहीं चाहते. यहाँ पे एक कंपनी है जिनका मैं काम लुक आफ्टर करता हूँ. उनका प्रॉब्लम क्या थी? अरे ईबे बिल, आपने ई इनवॉइसिंग जनरेट करवा दिया ना, ई इनवॉइसिंग में सारी चीजें हो रही है ना, ईबे बिल में गलती होगी, अगले से थोड़ी सी गलती हो गई, डेट लिखने में गलती हो गई या पीसेस लिखने में गलती हो गई, नहीं अब वो SGST वाला वहां आ जाता है कि 200% पेनाल्टी दे. अगर नहीं दोगे तो क्या करेंगे? भैया 3 पैकेट सिगरेट के दे दे और कुछ पैकेट भेज दे. सर आपने वो तो देख लिया हार्वर्ड वाले ने क्या किया. आपने कहा भी ये सारी चीजें हट जाएंगी, लेकिन अब दूसरी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है कि रोड पे खड़े होके चालान बना रहे हैं, और पेनाल्टी ऑर्डर 100% कैश में देना है आपको. अगर आप अपील भी करने जाएंगे ना, प्री डिपॉजिट 25%, वैसे तो नॉर्मल 10% है, बट इन दिस केस 25%. तो आपने सारे पावर उनके हाथ में डालते जा रहे हैं जो ये कह रहे हैं कि हम इसको ईच करेंगे. मैंने आई सेड इन द मॉर्निंग ऑल्सो, सर चंदा कोचर केस वेरी प्रोमिनेंट. आई एम नॉट विथ हर. चोरी की है तो तू अंदर जा, चोरी की है तो तू अंदर जा. लेकिन बट मेरा कहना, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने क्या कहा? बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट ने कहा, एक तो तुमने जो अरेस्ट मेमो बनाया वो पूरा भेग है, अरेस्ट के रीजन क्या होने चाहिए वो भी तुमने इसमें नहीं डाले हैं ठीक से. दूसरा मैंने कहा कि दिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुड नॉट बी यूज्ड एज ए टूल फॉर हैरेसमेंट. आप पोल करवा लो. These investigations are used as a tool for harassment. That is the real fact today. And तीसरा, we are talking about our constitutional right, Article 21, life and personal liberty. अरे कितने बंदे हाई कोर्ट में जाएंगे? कितने बंदे? बहुत सा बंदा तो डर के मारे, जो कपिल जी ने कहा ना 1 लाख वर्सेस 5 लाख, वो बंदे रिट में इसलिए नहीं जा सकते. बोलते बिमल जी सल्टाओ ना यहीं पे यार. वो उनने भी ई बिल वाला क्या किया मालूम है? मैंने कहा पेनल्टी ऑर्डर ले लो. बोले नहीं पेनल्टी ऑर्डर नहीं लेंगे. ले सिगरेट की पैकेट भेज दी उसके पास. मैं कह रहा हूं पेनल्टी ऑर्डर ले लो, मैं लाइट फाइट करूंगा. जस्ट अ मिनट. द पॉइंट व्हिच आई एम मेकिंग हियर, टॉपिक वाज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. लाइक प्रमोद भाई टॉक अबाउट इंक्वायरी वर्सेस प्रोसीडिंग्स. अब इंक्वायरी के नाम पे सेंट्रल वाला DGGI भी आएगा, सेंट्रल वाला एंटी एवेजन भी आएगा, और उधर SGST वाले को तो इंक्वायरी कर रहा हूँ, प्रोसीडिंग्स तो है ही नहीं। प्रोसीडिंग्स कब स्टार्ट होगी? जब 73, 74, 3 साल तक, तब तक वो मेरे बारे न्यारे कर चुका होगा। अरे हाई कोर्ट के लिए भी मेरा समटाइम हाई कोर्ट टेके कई डिसीजन जो आते हैं ना, अभी जो ED वाला पावर सुप्रीम कोर्ट, वेरी सॉरी टू से दैट, अगर आप इस तरह का जजमेंट वहां उस कुर्सी पे बैठ के देंगे तो ईज ऑफ बिजनेस देश में नहीं आने वाला। आप जाइए ना किस तरह से हैरेस किया जाता है। जस्ट विजुअलाइज ए सिचुएशन, आप विदाउट लेडी ऑफिसर गए 3 दिन किसी फैमिली में रह के बैठ सकते, तो गुजरात हाईकोर्ट ने अच्छा ऑर्डर दे दिया, लेकिन INS 01 है ना, आपको पावर मिला है ना, आप कॉपी क्यों नहीं देते हो? मेरे को दे दो कॉपी भी नहीं देते, फोटो खींचना है, नहीं फोटो भी नहीं खींचोगे। अरे व्हाट इज द ट्रांसपेरेंसी? गिव द INS 01 कॉपी की आप ऑथराइज है। लाइक गीतिका ने कहा कि नहीं आप देख लेना क्या वो अथॉरिटी है या नहीं है। अच्छा मेरी अथॉरिटी देखेगा, नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, मेरी अथॉरिटी देखेगा, अब तेरी बात लगाते हैं। अरे यार वो INS भैया कॉपी भी मत दे, कर ले जो करना तुझे। और वो पंचनामा में जो मुझे बोलना है वो तो कभी नोट होता ही नहीं है, वो जो बोल रहा होता है, क्योंकि मरता ना तो क्या करता, ठीक है लिखे जाओ जो, अच्छा साइन करना, हाँ कर दो भैया 12 बज गए घर जाऊं। सर वो हैवॉक क्रिएट करना। अब आप सर्च इंस्पेक्शन में पेमेंट नहीं लेंगे, सर्कुलर इशू कर दिया है, इनने तो 100 का 30 में करवा लिया। सुदीप्ता भाई ने तो करवा लिया, मैं सुदीप्ता भाई के साथ मैं भी हूँ, हम लोग भी ऐसे ही जाते हैं, उनके इंस्ट्रक्शन दिखाते हैं, बोले यार हाथी के दांत खाने के कुछ और दिखाने के कुछ और। मैं एक चीज जानता हूँ, दांत रखिए बट उस माँ की तरह रखिए। बिल्ली देखिए जब अपने बच्चे को लेके जाती है उन्हीं दांतों से लेके जाती है और हर्ट नहीं करती। आप रखिए दांत एज ए डिटरेंट अगेंस्ट द टैक्स इवेडर, बट दोस टीथ शुड नॉट बी यूज्ड अगेंस्ट जेन्युइन एंड ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर। आप उन्हें काट लेते हैं, दैट इज नॉट ए राइट अप्रोच पर से। अब विवेक जी से मैं कह तो सकता था, अब जो पॉइंट मैं कह रहा हूँ एक्सेस क्लेम ITC इंस्पेक्शन और सर्च के लिए, जब तक आप समझेंगे ही नहीं कि एक्सेस क्लेम डिपार्टमेंट क्या कह रहा है, तब तक आप क्या लेके आएंगे। डीक्रिमिनलाइजेशन किया, 3 प्रोविजन ने निकाल दी जो IPC में आते हैं, भैया ठीक है बहुत अच्छा किया, निकाल दिया। 1 करोड़ का 2 करोड़ कर दिया, 1 करोड़ से 2 करोड़ का होना क्या है सर? हमने PhD से सजेशन दिया था कि जो नॉन बेलेबल ऑफेंस है और 4 स्पेसिफाइड ऑफेंसेस, आप इसकी लिमिट 5 से 20 करोड़ करो, और तभी आप प्रोसिक्यूशन इनिशिएट करो जब फ्रॉड इंटेंट हो। आप इन जनरल केस क्लासिफिकेशन, इंटरप्रिटेशन, एक्सेस क्लेम, मैंने फेक इनवॉइस की बात की ना, मैक्सिमम में आप लोग बताएंगे कि आपने मुझसे परचेज किया, सारी ट्रांजैक्शन है। अब L1 L2 जिसको आप देख ही नहीं पा रहे, वेयर इज योर फॉल्ट? आपका कहां पे फॉल्ट? इनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा, इनको भी नहीं मालूम था जब तक 2A नहीं आया था, इनको भी नहीं मालूम। अब इनको मालूम पड़ गया कि L2 प्रॉब्लम कर रहा है, तो L2 को वो नहीं मिल रहा, वो गायब हो गया। अरे यार 3, 4, 5 साल तक रिटर्न भरा था, तब क्यों नहीं गया उसके पकड़ने के लिए? अब आज अचानक ही वो नॉन एग्जिस्टेंट हो गया, उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन विद रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव डेट आपने कैंसिल कर दिया। अब आपके पास आ जाते तू रिवर्स कर अलॉन्ग विद इंटरेस्ट एंड पेनाल्टी। अब तू कंपनी है, तू ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर है, तू फॉर्मल इकोनॉमी में, बस तुझे ही पकड़ेंगे, उसको नहीं पकड़ेंगे। तो मैं एक चीज जानता हूँ, GST में ना सर्च, सीजर, इंस्पेक्शन, अरेस्ट, वी कैन डिस्कस एट लेंथ, एंड लिटिगेशन, टैक्स प्रोफेशनल आप अपनी चॉइस के हिसाब से सेलेक्ट कर लेंगे, लेकिन जो ईज ऑफ बिजनेस हम देखना चाह रहे हैं वो नहीं होगा। कोई बंदा किसी तरीके से हैंडल करके आएगा, कोई बंदा किसी तरीके से करके आएगा, और फिर आपको बताया जाएगा सोसाइटल चेंज लाने हैं। तुम में चेंज आना है, मेरे में चेंज, अरे तेरे में, तूने क्यों ऑफर किया? तू ऑफर मत करता, अरे तूने क्यों लिया? तू नहीं लेता, सेम थिंग ना। इसने ऑफर किया ये खराब, तूने ले लिया, तू खराब नहीं। और मैंने बोला इसकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फिक्स करो, तो किसी को सुनने में नहीं आता। अरे सुनो ना, आपके घर में भी अकाउंटेबिलिटी रख करो ना। आपके घर में आपका बच्चा आप ही के नीचे रह के गाली गलौज कर रहा है, और आप उसकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फिक्स करना नहीं, आप करके तो देखिए। दैट इज कॉल्ड बिहेवियरल चेंज। सिर्फ इन्हीं में चेंज ले आओ, इसका क्या होगा? इसका भी तो बिहेवियरल चेंज करो, इसका भी तो सोसाइटल चेंज करो। जब ये करे, ऑलवेज लॉ गवर्न फ्रॉम टॉप टू बॉटम, बॉटम से टॉप नहीं जाता। अगर पापा सही है तो बेटा सही होगा। कहीं कभी कभार ऐसा हो जाता है कि बेटा सही हो और पापा सही ना हो, कभी कभार हो जाता है, but normally it comes with a family culture. Taxation is like society and family culture. We have to come together. But मैंने आपका 10 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा ले लिया जो मुझे नहीं लेना था.
गूगल फोटो ना दिखाएं, टीयू का बच्चा लाए और उसको बोले व्हाट्सएप कॉल पे लाइव दिखाए आपको कि एक्चुअल क्या है, ठीक है. Therein probably the difference would come.
कपिल जी ने जब बोला ना, कपिल ने, तो मुझे लगा बाउंस होने वाला है, तो मैंने कपिल को चुप कराया. मैंने कपिल चुप हो जा, मैंने बोला अभी बाउंस हो जाएगा. बट नेवरदलेस यू कैन आस्क. 4 क्वेश्चन है, 4 स्पीकर हैं, 4 क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं, फिर लंच अच्छा करेंगे साथ में मिलके. और फिर लंच में आपको जो क्वेश्चन पूछना हो हम सब हाजिर हैं. तो 4 क्वेश्चन किसी के भी कैसे भी क्वेश्चंस. यस.
What suggestion can we give to the department as to incorporate the control actions on their officers, so as a professional even we can counter argue our case in front of the officer and telling him that boss तुम भी थोड़ा सा आराम से बात करो.
Behavioral change.
No, what we can recommend.
I'm saying. अच्छा, प्रमोद भाई करना चाहते हैं.
If we bring objectivity, so just for an example, जो भी ऑफिसर हैं, जो भी डिसीजन लेते हैं, many of their decisions are challenged. अब लेटे से 2 ऑफिसर है, एक है उसके सारे डिसीजन हायर कोर्ट में सेट असाइड हो जाते हैं. उसको कोई घाटा है आज के सिस्टम में? कोई घाटा नहीं है. उसने सारे डिसीजन ट्रेड के अगेंस्ट ले लिया, सबको अंदर कर दिया, सबकी बेल रिजेक्ट कर दी, डिमांड कंफर्म कर दिया. जज किस लिए बनाया है? कि आप एक मेरिट पे डिसीजन लेंगे. सो अच्छा मेरिट है रिलीफ दो, अच्छा मेरिट नहीं है पेनलाइज करो. बट इरेस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द मेरिट, इरेस्पेक्टिव ऑफ माय सबमिशन, ही इज डिसाइडिंग अगेंस्ट प्राइवेट पार्टी. Philosophically, I think we are all in agreement कि he is a bad judge, फालतू का है, he has no right to be judge. हमारा जो सिस्टम है उसको प्रमोट कर रहा है. On the other hand, if somebody is judicious, really judicious, और लेन देन नहीं करता है, वो फंसेगा. कोई कंप्लेन करेगा कि रिलीफ दिया ना, इसमें पैसा लिया था, and then some investigation. अच्छा, जो पैसा लेकर रिलीफ देता है वो फिर पैसा खर्च करके बाहर हो जाता है. थोड़ा वो भी है. How we are going to stop this? ये तो प्रॉब्लम है. सोल्यूशन ये है, अभी डिपार्टमेंट के जो ऑफिसर हैं उनकी एक अपर लिखी जाती है, SCR. तो बॉस लिखता है, उसके सर्टेन पैरामीटर्स हैं, एक्सीलेंट ऑफिसर, गुड ऑफिसर. ये जिसने सारे उठपटांग डिसीजन दिए उनकी अपर बहुत अच्छी रहती है और प्रमोशन भी है. तो टॉप पे द क्वालिटी ऑफ ऑफिसर्स इज फर्दर बैक, क्योंकि ये सारे उठपटांग लोग प्रमोट हो रहे हैं. आप उसमें एक पैरामीटर डालो, क्योंकि अब तो डिजिटल सिस्टम हो गया, वी कैन मॉनिटर दिस. आपने जो भी डिसीजन पास किया, एंटर इनटू सिस्टम, एंड व्हाट परसेंटेज ऑफ योर डिसीजंस आर स्टैंडिंग एज इट इज. तो आप बड़े जुडिशियस होगा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक आपकी डिसीजन वही रहेगी, तो में भी परसेंटेज 70% है. आप बहुत उठपटांग हैं, सारे SSC के अगेंस्ट में करते हैं, आपकी स्कोर 30% हो जाएगी. Make that as a parameter in promotion. जिस दिन आप करेंगे फिर क्या होगा? मैं लेने देने को तैयार नहीं हूं. ऑफिसर सोचेगा कि नहीं यार, बहुत उठपटांग डिसीजन पास करूंगा, सेट असाइड होना है, मेरा स्कोर खराब हो जाएगा. वो 2 बार सोचेगा. आज तो सोचता भी नहीं है. नहीं, गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट्स आर वेरी पर्टिकुलर अबाउट देयर प्रमोशन. गवर्नमेंट में यही डिस्कशन ही होता है, कब इंक्रीमेंट मिल रहा है, कब प्रमोशन हो रहा है. तो एक तो ये है. दूसरा जो है, जो कोर्ट की बातें हुई कि ऐसा कोई डिसीजन, जैसे देखिए, यस इट हैज टू कम फ्रॉम टॉप टू बॉटम, तो ये चेंज भी टॉप पे ही करेगा, DOPT करे ऐसा चीज. कोर्ट के सामने कोई केस जाता है, आप देखते ही आपको लगता है बहुत ही उटपटांग डिसीजन है. On face of it, this should not have been taken. This person should not have been arrested. अरेस्ट कर दिया, 3 महीना अंदर रहा, 5 साल 10 साल लिटिगेशन झेल के आ रखा है. तो आप जो मेयरली सेट असाइड करते हो, आप एक छोटा सा पेनल्टी लगाओ. ये जो सेट ऑफ ऑफिसर हैं, their promotion will be delayed by 2 months, not more than 2 months, 2 months. या इंक्रीमेंट इनकी 2 रोक दो, बैच में सीनियरिटी में सबसे लास्ट में डाल दो. अब देखो इसका इम्पैक्ट बहुत बड़ा होगा, क्योंकि अभी आप देखते हैं ना सीनियर लेवल पे क्या होता है, वो बोलेंगे हाउ कम माय जूनियर हैज बीन प्रोमोटेड एंड ऑन व्हाट बेसिस दे से जूनियर बाद में ज्वाइन किया था या एग्जाम में रैंक पीछे थी. दे नेवर से आई एम मोर नॉलेजेबल, आई एम मोर कॉम्पिटेंट, हाउ अ लेस कॉम्पिटेंट पर्सन हैज बीन प्रोमोटेड. ये तो डिस्कशन ही नहीं है. सबकी बर्थ ईयर में उसकी, जैसे होता है ना ब्राह्मण के घर पैदा हो गया था ब्राह्मण, आपने एक एग्जाम दे दिया, उसमें कोई आईएएस हो गया, आईआरएस हो गया, रैंक ऊपर नीचे हो गई, किसी ने 1 साल पहले दिया 1 साल बाद दिया, उसके बाद किसी को कुछ पढ़ना लिखना नहीं है और उसी की खेती अगले 35 साल तक खानी है. नीचे वाला आपने सारा पढ़ लिया, सब समझ लिया, यू ज्वाइंड एज इंस्पेक्टर, सब काम करते हो, है कोई माई का लाल के आपको ग्रुपे बना दे और आप ग्रुपे में जन्म हो गया आपका और आप कुछ भी नहीं पढ़ते हो, इंडिया टुडे और मैगजीन और रेलवे टाइम टेबल के अलावा कुछ नहीं पढ़ते हो, या व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी के अलावा कुछ अटेंड नहीं करते हो, एंड यू आर आईआरएस आईएएस जो भी है, तो है कोई माई का लाल के आपको क्लर्क बना दे और सारे उठपटांग डिसीजन पास करते हो. तो यस, सो बॉटम लाइन इज कि इफ सिस्टम कीप्स मेक्स ऑफिसर अकाउंटेबल इट विल इंप्रूव. कोई अच्छा काम करे, उसका आज के रेट में कोई इंसेंटिव ही नहीं है, तो सोचता है कि मैं क्यों काम करूं. इसीलिए जब आप ऑफिस में जाते हैं, एज ए लॉयर हम लोग भी जाते हैं, वी आर्ग्यू डिफरेंटली इन कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ एंड बिफोर ऑफिसर्स. ऑफिसर को हमने यदि लीगल प्रोविजन दिखा के पिन पॉइंट किया तो बोलता अच्छा तुम हमको लॉ सिखाओगे. हाँ, एक बार हमने बोला कि ये तो आपके कॉम्पिटेंसी में नहीं है, दिस इज बियॉन्ड. अच्छा, हम तो सोच रहे थे छोटी मोटी पेनल्टी लगा के छोड़ देंगे, बट यू आर आर्ग्यूइंग दिस, सो नाउ यू आर गोइंग टू इंपोज वेरी हेवी पेनल्टी. सो कोई सीखने को तैयार नहीं है. क्यों सीखने को तैयार नहीं है? कि उसकी पूरी जो फ्यूचर हॉरोस्कोप है दैट इज बेस्ड ऑन हिज ईयर ऑफ रिक्रूटमेंट एंड रैंक इन द एग्जाम, और बाद में करता है उस पर डिपेंडेंट नहीं है, तो वही विल वर्क.
एक चीज मैं बोलूं आपको, मैंने सुबह भी कहा था विवेक जी से, आप अकाउंटेबिलिटी एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फिक्स कीजिए. कहा था ना मैंने. मैं एक चीज जानता हूँ, 90% केस इनके सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाके रिवर्स हो जाते हैं. ये है नहीं क्या इनके पास? सब कुछ है, बट बिहेवियरल चेंज नहीं है. इनको मालूम है कि 90% केस दे आर नॉट बी एबल टू सस्टेन बिफोर सुप्रीम कोर्ट, 10% ही रह जाते हैं. अनवांटेड लिटिगेशन कौन क्रिएट करता है? यही. एमनेस्टी लेके आता है कौन? यही. अल्टीमेटली ईज ऑफ बिजनेस की जब हम बात करते हैं, वो तब तक नहीं हो सकता जब आप यहां से सोचना स्टार्ट नहीं करेंगे. यू बी लिबरल, बीइंग फादर यू शुड बी लिबरल टू गिव अपॉर्चुनिटी टू योर किड्स.
नीचे वालों का बिहेवियर ऊपर वालों ने खराब किया हुआ है. जैसे ओशियन फ्रेट का इशू था, सच ए सिंपल इशू, इंपोर्ट किया, उस पे आईजीएसटी वगैरह सब ले लिया, हमको तो कहीं कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं दिखता. गुजरात हाई कोर्ट ने रिलीफ दे दिया, अभी भी डिपार्टमेंट कंफ्यूजन में है, दे ड्रैग्ड इट टू सुप्रीम कोर्ट.
चलिए सर, कोई दूसरा तीसरा क्वेश्चन फटाफट, वरना मैडम ने कह दिया भूख बहुत तेज लग रही है. हाँ जी, नहीं है तो मैं कपिल भाई आप क्वेश्चन मत पूछना, आप क्वेश्चन नहीं. देखिए एक चीज मैं बोलूं, एक चीज लास्ट समराइज करूं. देखिए पीएचडी इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स कमेटी, कुछ तो चेहरे मेरे बहुत नोन है, कुछ चेहरों को आज हमने पकड़ के बुलाया है कि आजा, फ्री में आजा, लंच मिलेगा आजा, नेटवर्किंग लंच होगी आजा. सर मैं सच बताऊं, हमारे अंदर भी बहुत कमी है. जब हमें पढ़ने की बारी आती है ना, तो हम पढ़ना नहीं चाहते. पैसा तो देना छोड़ दीजिए, हम हाफ डे बैठ के यहाँ पे इन स्पीकर को सुने, बाद में हम इनको पिंग करेंगे. एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है, जीएसटी में तो बड़ा क्वेश्चन नहीं, एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है, लेकिन जब बोलेंगे तो यहां आ पर आज R1 की डेट है. आज किसकी डेट है? अरे मेरी R1 की डेट नहीं है क्या? मैं भी तो बहुत सारे काम छोड़ छाड़ के आया हुआ हूं. और ये कोई भी स्पीकर जो यहाँ बैठे हैं, ये कोई छोटी मोटी फीस तो चार्ज नहीं करते. ट्रेड को सोचना चाहिए, जिसके लिए हम इतनी मेहनत करते हैं और इनको यहाँ लेके आते हैं, वो आए और पार्टिसिपेट करें. किसके एडवांटेज में? हमारे. ये मैं क्रिटिसिज्म अपना भी कर रहा हूँ, अपने घर की भी कर रहा हूँ। जब बेटे से बोलते बेटा पढ़ ले पढ़ ले पढ़ ले, पढ़ता नहीं और फेल हो जाता है, फिर पापा बोलने से नहीं होगा ना, पढ़ना पड़ेगा तभी पास होंगे। और ये यथा मंत्र है, करेंगे तो होगा। आज ऑफिस में हम लोग होते हैं, 10 स्टाफ होता है हमारे पास, आपके पास होता है। हम स्टाफ से बोलते रहेंगे यार कॉपी पेस्ट नहीं, उसकी गहराइयों में जाओ, पढ़ने की कोशिश करो, थीम को समझने की कोशिश करो। तो कई बार स्टाफ सोचता बहुत ज्यादा बुद्धिमान हो गया है, इससे ही सबसे ज्यादा बुद्धि है। सर मैं सच बताऊं, need behavioral change at our end as well. We need to change ourselves, introspect ourselves. Year on year बदलते रहेंगे, 22-23 बन जाएगा, 23-24 बन जाएगा। कई बार फिर हम 15 साल बाद आएंगे तो किसी के सादा दाढ़ी होगी, किसी का चश्मा होगा, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात क्या होगी, जब हम अपने में चेंज लाएंगे। So maybe these kind of seminar and webinar, you people has to go back and talk to your counterpart. सर हमें जाना चाहिए, जो हम आज लेके आए हैं ना, वो हमें फ्री में, सर हमें पे करना चाहिए था, बट बिमल जी ने तो फ्री में बुलाया, फ्री में खाना खिलाया, नेटवर्किंग भी फ्री में कराई। आगे से जब भी हमारा प्रोग्राम हो, प्लीज टेक आउट योर टाइम फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ यू एंड आई एज ए वी। मैं तो ऑलवेज, दो ये टैगलाइन किसी और पार्टी का है, सबका साथ सबका विकास, लेकिन मैं ऑलवेज चाहता हूँ हमारा विकास होना चाहिए। थैंकिंग टू माय ऑल लर्न स्पीकर, शुभम, करण एब्सेंसिया, प्रमोद भाई ने IRS क्यों छोड़ा मुझे अभी तक नहीं मालूम। इतना फायदा था कि जो करने के बाद 35 साल कमाई खानी है। नहीं सर, हम तो CA करके परेशान है, लॉ करके परेशान है कि हमारी बुक आज तक खत्म नहीं हुई। बुक अगर हमने रख दी ना तो हमारी प्रैक्टिस खत्म। हमारी लड़ाई रोज होती है कि यार क्या चेंज आया, जब तक इसको याद नहीं करते तब तक दूसरा चेंज आ जाता है। और आप सबसे बेहतर पोजीशन में एज ए क्लाइंट, सर एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है, दिन देखा ना रात देखी, छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है, आंसर नहीं दिया तो सीधे ही CFO बोलेगा बिमल को आता जाता कुछ नहीं है, भगा बिमल को भगा, ये कोई काम ही नहीं कर रहा। अरे आप जिस क्वेश्चन का आंसर लेते हैं उसकी वैल्यू लैक्स में हो सकती है, बट वी हैव टू विजुअलाइज कि उसकी वर्थ कितनी है। तो प्रमोद भाई, गीतिका, थैंक यू, आप इस बार टाइम से आए, आपने ये इंश्योर किया, आपने सेशन से पहले आए। गीतिका मुझे बार बार कह रही थी कि नहीं देखिए मैं पहले आ गई थी इस बार। थैंक यू गीतिका एंड सुदीप्ता, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर पिकिंग आवर क्वेश्चन एंड मेकिंग इट सो लाइव फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस टुगेदर। So thanking my secretariat team, Nanda ji बहुत मेहनत करते हैं, undoubtedly. He is the person, only one person adjudicated for indirect tax committee, though I've got number of person for naming sake, but I must compliment him that he's doing. And इसका phone भी गया होगा. I got other team member as well, so I'm also appreciating them. I always look at the positive side, but मुझे अगर indirect tax committee, PSD, CCI, आपको आगे आना पड़ेगा, आपको पार्टिसिपेट करना पड़ेगा। हमें क्यों आपको फ्री में बुलाना है? अरे खाना पैसा ये इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, इंपॉर्टेंट है अगर ये भरा होगा ना। सी लेवल ऑफ डिलिबरेशन, स्पीकर को ना भरा हुआ हॉल चाहिए, उसका ना मोमेंटम। मैं तो स्पीकर हूं, मैं जानता हूं जब भरा हॉल होता है ना वो भीतर से निकल के आता है, भीतर से। लेकिन आधा हॉल हो, कम लोग हो तो स्पीकर भी होता है ठीक है खत्म का फटाफट खत्म हो, मैं भी जाऊं आगे। सच कह रहा हूं मैं आपसे, it is both way and all of us will agree. तो हम अपने कर्तव्य पथ पे 23 को आगे लेके जाएंगे, wishing each one of you a great calendar year 2023. Thanks for coming today. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.